Hey, what's up, Scott Balcom here with Imagination Creation Films, and today, well, this is probably going to start playing here and get really loud. That's probably not real smart. But yeah, it's September 7th, and yeah, we're live streaming. We're live streaming all kinds of cool stuff. Wait, why is it? Okay, there we go. Yeah, we got it. Okay, cool. That's not going. All right, so yeah, welcome to the live stream. I hope everyone is doing fantastic today. I am watching all the, yeah, okay. So far, so good. I did a speed test beforehand. Speed is looking really good. We definitely dropped some frames in there at the beginning. I always got to wait a little bit, I think. But, I mean, I've pumped up the volume, I pumped it up. The streaming quality should be pretty fantastic. Don't have the weird little posterizing going on. And, hey, go for Jinx. Nice, Allie. Jinx is, oh. He's back there with the other guy right here sleeping. He'll be making his debut shortly. Quality looks great. Great. So far, yeah, not dropping any more frames. I'm going to leave that right like that so I can see that. And perfect. This is now going here. Good, good, good. Got that. Everything's good. I love it. I love it. Oh, we just dropped a bunch of frames, didn't we? Come on. You stinker. You stinker. Let's jump this back down. Man, I mean, I literally just did a speed test, and it was phenomenal. So I suspect that there's a average watch time is 5 seconds. Wow. Wow. Okay. No one wants to chat. Okay. It's okay. No problem. There we go. Let's see. Am I jumping around? Wow. Connection excellent. Let's just pause that. That's so weird. Okay. So I've lowered this quality. See, my internet, I'm getting right now, I tested in multiple places. I'm getting 25 megabits of upload speed. But for some reason, going to YouTube, I had to set it to 1500 megabits or 1.5 megabits because 2.5 apparently caused it to go crazy. All right, let's see here. Autobot blocked the language. Hey, go for Jinx. Howdy. Quality looks great. Truly made me giggle. Yeah, there's the We're a Cult series. I mean, I have no problem poking fun at myself or a community or a group of people, but I'm also supportive. So there will be an entire series. If you want to know what's going to be coming up, go back to that thread I posted on Facebook where I just basically asked people, hey, what are things people say about Red users? Because, you know, all of those are going to have a place. And my buddy who is better at music than I am, Bill, he's going to be writing me an intro jingle. It'll be like a 5-second jingle just so we can have them. I will have them posted as community posts in the YouTube area. I don't like the shorts videos on people's YouTube channels. So I am very, hey, Tom. How are you on the other side of the world, man? That's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you forever. Because I don't like shorts, I'm very sympathetic to people who don't like shorts, and I've watched as people who post shorts, their subscribers go down, their viewership changes, and I'm not a fad guy, so I don't follow fads on this stuff. So I like short videos. I'm all good with that, but I don't want to just post them and it changed the channel. So they will be posted hidden and linked in the community tab on the channel. So if you haven't used the community tab, use it. Then there'll be a bunch of behind the scenes for the members. So thank you. Members, there's some of you have been out here for 5 months. And I appreciate that. Good members. And then of course there's my standard channel viewers, which I always appreciate. Thank you for being here forever. Dang, we're still dropping frames. That is insanity. But yeah, I'll be posting those probably as inserts into some of my videos just for fun, just to break up, my comedy. I like to have my little comedies. And then I'll be posting them to social media so that, if you want to share them, you can share them. No breaking. Let's see. Ari, how are you, buddy? Did I order the Raptor? Not yet. But yes, it will absolutely be ordered. It is, as I said on my video, it is the first camera that checked so many boxes that it made me go pull away from the Dragon X. And I mean, I love Dragon and I really love Monstro. Monstro is great. However, Monstro did not check any boxes. Well, other than the sensor, it didn't check enough boxes for me to switch from Dragon X to it. But V-RAPTOR checks a whole lot of boxes for me. And I have two more jobs to shoot with the Dragon. And then it's going to be listed. Also, that'll give people enough time to stop this silliness where they're so desperate to order a V-RAPTOR first that they'll sell their DSMC 2 for pennies of what it's worth. Just chill, people. Chill. Give it a couple weeks. Because I promise you right now, if you place an order for V-RAPTOR, you're not getting it anytime soon. It's going to be, there's a backlog. There's a big backlog. And on top of that, right now, the only place you can order them is through dealers. And if Red stopped pre-orders because they've already blown through 3 batches of them, then they're not going to give any more than what was already promised to the dealers. So you can go to dealers, that's cool. But your indicator as when things will be flowing again will be when Red starts accepting orders again. So yes, I will be getting it, and I will be selling all my DSMC2 stuff. I'm gonna do it as a package. I will be selling my Super 35 lenses. So that does kind of interestingly go to another question there from Brandon, and that is, that's so weird. Why is it dropping frames in chunks? I may end up just going back to that StreamYard. I didn't like spending $25 a month, but I never really glitched going to StreamYard. It's weird. It's almost like the path from here to YouTube is artificially blocked by an ISP. I don't know. The question is, talk me out of the Tachina 25 to 75. Nice phrasing. I can't talk you out of that. That lens is phenomenal. I will be doing a review shortly. It is a phenomenal lens. And if you're a Super 35 guy or gal, sorry, then there's no finer lens. It is, I mean, there's a couple of finer lenses, but there's nothing close to that price that is as optically pretty as the Tachina 25 to 75. I would highly recommend that you go ahead and place your order for the 25 to 75 right now, because I know there's a huge backlog. Ari says, doing well. Vincent, Xavier, hey Scott, how are you doing? I'm fantastic. Thank you for asking. Tyler, Ali Pasuri says, I'm holding out for the black color. Trust me, if you order now, you are getting black. If you didn't order in the first 30 minutes to an hour, you're getting black. They sold pretty fast. I'm interested in those Super 35 lenses. Ooh. Yes, I will be selling off a whole lot of them. The only ones I'll probably keep are just my Sigma 18 to 35 and 50 to 100, and that'll be for Komodo, mostly because they're really small. They're really lightweight. They're very compact. I've had them forever. And so, yeah, I like those lenses just for the compactness. I don't dislike the Tachinas at all, but I'm going to go Tachina full frame. Hello. Vista. Let's see. The stream looks okay for me. Seem to be okay right now. I'm gonna keep it at 1500 kilobits, just to make it where it won't drop so much, and I'll stop dealing with the internet issues, and I'll play with StreamYard. We do have. I was not trying to complicate anything with the stream, because every time I added a whole bunch of cool features, the stream goes to poo. So let's see. Yep, we're still good here. So I can pull up slides. We can do that. We can also do the side by side. Yeah, you like that singing, don't you? Oh, this one cracked me up. This one absolutely cracked me up. It cracked me up so much I sent it to Jared right off the bat. I was like, dude, this one made me laugh. Did you see the black one? Look at that. That was a sneak peek of the black that's out there. Pretty amazing looking camera. Let's see here. Is there a DSMC3 Gemini in the making? I cannot comment on anything that is coming up or anything that I know. You can ask, I get it. All I can tell you is that if you follow what Red does, they learn, and they continue to improve. So would there be a Gemini? Would they be learning anything if they just popped a Gemini in there? I don't know. I don't know. Ever use vintage glass? If so, have any faves? Absolutely. My favorite vintage glass is Mamiya lenses, the medium format lenses. Those things are gorgeous. And I think oh wait, I'm glitching. What the heck? Why am I glitching? I wasn't glitching earlier. That's weird. Let's try this again. And now I'm not glitching. That's weird. Let's see, it was dropping frames. That's weird. Let's see. I don't know what that glitching is. I honestly don't. Let me grab my Mamiya to give you an example. Yep, there you go. You also cannot go wrong with a classic Helios 442. Those are absolutely amazing. So this is a Mamiya lens right here. It is absolutely, it's really hard to see. This is the Secor 45-28. This is an N, so it's a Secor C N. There is a huge thread out there of these on, I think, Red User talking about this type of lens, because there's some definite ones to get and some to not. They flare so beautifully. They are a gorgeous, gorgeous lens. Hard not to like it. Hard not to like it at all. Let's see here. Other than that, there's a lot of them out there. V-RAPTOR is personally not for me. It skips modularity, so personality is not for me. Also, it is a bit too small. That's interesting. Hold out for the XL. XL will give you a little more modularity, although in certain places, not in all. And it's going to be a little larger for you. Also the price. Ever use vintage glass? Okay. Any camera comparison you would like to see versus the V-RAPTOR? I mean, right now, there's this consensus in the Red community, and its opinions vary, that Gemini is the best sensor that Red makes. Personally, I think it's Monstro right up until V-RAPTOR. So, in my opinion, I would like to see Monstro to V-RAPTOR, although I will bet you in 99%, 95% of the cases, people won't be able to tell. Unless, they're using things that the new sensor can do. But I think a Gemini comparison to V-RAPTOR will change some people's minds, because people seem to think that Gemini is the only low light camera that Red makes, and it's just not true. Gemini is a little more sensitive than Monstro, but you can run Monstro with an ISO 3200 at all day long, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, obviously, it's Red Raw. ISO doesn't have anything to do with exposure, but you can brighten up those levels. Well, you can brighten up the image. Slurpee. Tom says, see my question above. Tom says, hey man, what's your advice on eliminating glare on a screen when you stand in front of it? Small space, can't move light sideways, is aperture Nova. So you're getting Nova glare on your screen? I mean, honestly, the best way to do it, can I show? Yes, I can show this. Take your, this is the small light dome softbox LS60, but this is a grid. And if you notice the grid, when I turn it like this, you no longer can see the light, which means if you put this just like this, it will not glare on your screen. So Nova, Nova makes one, and it's right. Gotta make sure I grab the right thing. Everybody knows the corner of parts. So Nova makes one. It's a small softbox that goes on the Nova, and this is the grid for it. You put a grid on there, change your angle, you should be able to eliminate the glare on your screen. It's a game of angles, always a game of angles. Because you can play the anti-glare game, but you're never going to win. You're always going to have glare. Glare exists. It's a fact of life. If you have any other, man, it just keeps dropping frames. That's so weird. If you have any other points or questions on your particular setup, just post them down below. Let's see what we got here. In Super 35, it's basically double the frame rate of Dragon. Sealed the deal for me. Yes. Everything is double the frame rate. That is literally what they did. They have enough CPU inside. They have a faster readout. Yeah. Will they be in the Facebook group when you do sell? Yes. A lot of stuff will be in the Facebook group when I sell. I will probably just list it myself, mostly because I trust my friends more than I trust acquaintances. Not that I don't distrust acquaintances, but I mean, if you're friends and we've had conversations, I'm definitely in more of a relationship and confidence, because there's no way I'm just shipping off a camera to someone I don't know. It's not going to happen. Is V-RAPTOR officially the name of the sensor or the camera? Both. As Jared said, he's always going to call it Raptor, but for trademark reasons, V-RAPTOR is it. It is the name of both the sensor and the body itself. Helium is not that bad in low light. It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, the worst sensor for low light is Dragon. It's a very old sensor. But in daylight, I think Dragon is better than Gemini in daylight. Mostly because I think Dragon and Gemini look just about the same. Okay, I'm fine. They look, wait, now I'm glitching. This is weird. I don't understand technology. This technology stuff just goes over my head. I think Gemini and Dragon are very, very close. I think they took the best of what Dragon had, and what is doing that? That's got to be, it's not CPU though. I don't know. I'll have to figure out how to test this stuff, because every time I've been testing, it just shows up on my feed, and I've got to get a different YouTube channel to do it. So I think Dragon is better because it's 6K over Gemini being 5K. So Helium is better than Dragon in low light, and it's better than Dragon in a lot of ways. However, outside, I don't think it looks as good. I think it looks good. I don't think it looks as good as Dragon. I thought Dragon 8K was absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Visible me retracted. Tom says, thank you. Okay, wow. I have 5 Amiya RB67 lenses. Can't figure a way to use them on cinema camera. There should be an adapter. I mean, go to eBay. eBay has the strangest quantity of adapters. But a 67... I feel like that could be adapted somehow. I'm a genius. I am not a genius. I just know some things and learn some things and happy to share. I use the diffuser like a moron. That's all right, dude. Everyone's been there. Apple touts it. They're like, oh, our new Apple Cinema display with the diffusion is the best thing. Yeah, it's great for anti-glare, but it's not no glare. Yep, Tom, it's good to see you, man. Man, I haven't seen you in forever. Drop me a line. How many hours on your Dragon? That's a good question. Let's find out. Not very many. Not as many as I was expecting. I would guess, let's see, if I was guessing right now, 150, 160 maybe? 100, somewhere around there. Let's see. Maybe. Stream is a little desaturated. Is that intentional? It's not. Right now, I'm using this little computer that's mounted right here, and I'm going through OBS. And I was using this is the S Cinetone on the Sony camera. I mean, I can saturate it a little bit, but I felt it looked fairly good. Let's see here. Settings, maintenance, system status, camera info. Oh, damn. I guess I used it a little more than I thought I did. 312 hours, which is, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, when I'm out in nature, I'm rolling. I'm rolling. That's definitely not a high usage camera. I've seen some with 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 hours. Really? No. You can't call me during a live stream, dude. And he knows better. Let's see here. Stream still a little desaturated. Yeah, okay. Why is Komodo and Raptor not using the same media? It's quite simply because the CFast 2 cards cannot sustain data rates that the Raptor uses. A CFast 2 card can sustain, don't pay attention to what they say, it can sustain about 400 megabytes a second. And that's the best CFast cards out there. They could stamp on their 600 meg. They can't. They can't sustain it. And with CFast Express, and when they were looking at Komodo, they tested everything they could. And there wasn't enough options for CFast Express at the time. CFast Express can handle, because it's a PCIe device, I think that's right. I think that's why the bus is not SATA, which is what these CFast cards are based on. So it can sustain a higher transfer. Raptor does 800 megabytes per second sustained. In addition, Phil said it on the test live stream last Friday, and he said it to me before. What's printed on CFast Express cards is not the sustained. Do not be fooled. Only buy what Red recommends. And Red will recommend other media. Jared's already said that Angelbird, when they release their product, will be the same price as Red's product. So Red's not marking it up. There will be others, but they have to use a very specific chipset in order to sustain without overheating and glitching. Because I'm telling you, if you're recording on set and you glitch, ooh, man, it's not a bad name for you, but it gets a bad name for the camera, and it's not the camera's fault because the user did not use the appropriate media. So do not buy CFast Express cards right now. Just hang on. A couple weeks. I'm not mad. I'm just, excited. Just wait a couple of weeks and you'll see the new chipset versions. You'll see everybody specifying, and then you can buy the right. If you have purchased CFast Express media for the purpose of using in Raptor and it's not from Red, return it. Trust me. It's going to work for like $23.98, but at what point does it fail? What point does it glitch? And are you going to be on set at that time? Yeah. So that's why they don't use the same media. Tom says, hey, Scott, time for another question. Canon R6 with 24-70 lens setup. It overheats like crazy. I got the Ninja Atomos, but when I go 4K 60 Ninja, it says no input. When I do 4K 30, it works. Ninja, which Ninja? Ninja 5? Because I don't know if the Ninja, the old one, does 4K 60. Because I don't think it had the HDMI. I actually reached out to Atomos to do a test on that, and they haven't replied back. So if anybody knows Atomos, just go poke them and say, hey, Vulcan wants to do a test. Canon R6 is going to overheat. That's what happens when you push the envelope. Does V-RAPTOR stand for Velociraptor? Officially and unofficially, yes. And officially and unofficially, no. But yeah, there's a lot of inside baseball on that one. The RB67 focus is in the camera. Oh, really? Why didn't I? Well, I've never owned one, so I guess I did not know that. Well, I'm sure someone can make an adapter for that. Oh, 67 is the accordion job, isn't it? Or no? Now I need to look that up. I don't have enough knowledge to answer that, Pat. I'm sorry. Also, by the way, wanted to say the puppet content is super fun. Keep that up. Yep, there will be lots more puppet content. I mean, if you've been around the channel for a while, you've seen the puppets appear all the way back to 3 years ago when I was doing some of the light stuff, which I still got to get back to doing. And I had Negative Phil. He was a puppet, and yeah, there's a couple others. Other than the drops, your stream looks good. Yeah, I look at it. I'm consistently at 14% drop frames, and I mean, I could drop this down more. I feel stupid. I'm gonna have to go to StreamYard, I guess. This feels dumb. Matt Wiggs says, yo, hey, thanks for calling, Matt. The pre-record also is huge. Have wasted so much space on mags in the past. Yeah, pre-record is as massive on any camera for wildlife. But keep in mind, V-RAPTOR is a premium product. And not to say Komodo is not premium, but it is their top of the line tech. So it's always going to have all the features. And I think Komodo is supposed to get a pre-record at some point. I think. I don't know. I have a feeling Pats is in the background here. Pats, can you comment yes or no on Komodo? I had heard rumblings, but I also heard no confirmation. I know the next thing for Komodo is time-lapse. That's per Jared. That's coming. Speaking of pre-roll, did they say how long of a pre-roll? No, but I would almost certainly guarantee, is that even a thing? I would say it's going to mirror the DSMC2 because they definitely don't want to, you're going to chew up life on memory cards. So they got an A7S III and it works fine with the same Ninja. Yeah, A7S III is actually a better camera. I'm just going to say it. But yeah, why not use your A7S III for your 60 stuff and use your R6 for your 2398? That's what I would do. It moves the lens out. Yeah, okay, Pat, that's cool. So I know, and I cannot tell you where I saw. I know I have seen a DSMC2 with an accordion lens on it that someone had adapted, and maybe they just hodgepodged it together. But I have seen the accordion type on there. And I swear I saw a Komodo with one too. I would hit the groups up. I would bet you there's some people who know. I apologize for not knowing, but I'm kind of interested now. So let me know if you do get some info, because I might want to play with that. That might be fun. Does your Nova show split colors when you're changing the hue? Example, does it show two different colors on each side of the panel? Because mine does, and I'm not sure if it's a feature or not. Mine does not. But I wouldn't doubt if that was a feature. But I would ask that question of support. I've never experienced that, but I could also see where that could be something that somebody might want, because that would be an animation thing. I don't know. That's interesting. Muppets were great. Did you have custom Muppets made? John M. White asks. So this guy, if anybody wants to share in the love out in the internet, these two, these are bought right on Amazon. I will put a link to them down below. Please use my affiliate link if you want to buy them. They're really affordable. This is just a troublemaker here, and this guy, he's always going to be the depressed one. Then I'll give you a sneak peek at the next one. Yep. So this one was custom made. Man, get out of your eyes! I can't say that. He has live hands, so I can. I can't believe this just became a puppet show. I can get my little fat hands in here, but you know, he can do all kinds of things. And of course, he's sporting his red attire and his red hat. And I got to get this glove off. He's going to be our red champion. Mm-hmm. And then I teased this guy many years ago, and we just started finishing him. This is our puppet DP. And I've made this one. I've been making a lot more recently, but yeah, he doesn't have a name yet, but he's coming. Let's see here. Matt, I don't think it's a feature. I have two Novas and they don't do that. Yeah, I've never seen it, but I could see it with animation, like for police cars. I could see that. All right, oh boy, yeah, yeah, Matt, you might give them a call since you've already had it in. They should not be charging you, I would guess. Basically the same response. Hope it's under 30 days old. It's not. It's a whole ordeal. Matt, do you mind if I share the story just so I can help people? I don't think it's a slight in any way, but I would love to share that story. Probably, I think you're correct, says Tom. Tim says Nar. I didn't see Nar. Where's Nar? Nar, you on here, bro? Did I miss a Nar? Where's a Nar? I don't see a Nar. Maybe he's just tagging Nar. Nope, mine doesn't. Okay. Asking because I've been dying to make custom Muppets, $400 to $600 range. Yeah. So there is a guy, find him on YouTube, Adam Krutinger. He is a fantastically nice guy. He's a teacher, so it kind of makes sense. I don't know if he's doing this full time now. He is a massive puppet maker. I mean, just the dude can crank out a puppet left and right. But he has a full online tutorial of how to do every single kind of puppet. It's amazing. Adam Krutinger. K-R-U-E-T-E-N-G. I can't spell it. Sorry, Adam. NAR accordion. Okay, so NAR did the accordion lens. There you go. Thank you, Tim. So I knew I'd seen it, and NAR is definitely out there to want to play on that edge. So look up NAR on Facebook groups and see what you get here. Visible Me. What about variable frame rates for Komodo? Can we expect it? I'd love to see. Yes. No. So the top speed. Where's Komodo? I think she put it over there. The top speed frame rates are set. There are no faster frame rates available for Komodo. There's limitations in the hardware. That being said, lower frame rates will be coming all the way down to the 1. That's the time-lapse function. And I hope we get an intervalometer like we do on the DSMC2s. That would be fantastic. Matt, please. Okay, so, sorry. I need a mute button. I just cough like, there we go. I got to remember that to say here. Matt needed some Novas for a shoot, an important shoot, and he was desperate to get them, and everybody was sold out. He tried desperately every single vendor, and everybody was sold out. Everybody's on waiting list. And so he bought off Amazon. And trust me, trust Matt, do not buy on Amazon. So number one, Aperture will not warranty anything purchased from Amazon. What Matt found out, unfortunately, is that like 2 months after he got it, I think 3 months after he got it, it died. Well, it was acting funny, like right from the beginning, and then it started chilling out because it would like overheat, and Novas don't overheat. And it was doing all kinds of strange things, and then it finally just died. And he reached out to Aperture, found out the very bad news, spent Aperture being as great as Aperture is, said, okay, we're going to fix it. We have to charge you to fix it, but don't buy from Amazon. Do not buy from Amazon, please. And he had to send it in, spent some money to get it fixed. They said it was very obvious that this unit was used and had been dropped and then was sold to Matt. He tried like crazy on Amazon. Amazon is being a total rear end and will not side with him, saying, them's the breaks, buddy. So do not buy from Amazon. Reach says, just a small shout out. Thank you for delivering us Tim Doust as a fair... Thank you, Jesus, for delivering us Tim Doust as a fair and decisive admin. Yep, Tim's a cool dude. Known him for years. Did you see Phil's V-RAPTOR tests footage he posted? Yes. That was what he got when he only had it for 1 day, which, Phil, he could put stuff together really fast. Matt says, it was confusing because Aperture has an Amazon store, but that's not where mine actually came from. Yes, Aperture had a problem. I don't think they currently have it to the extent that they did. But you saw it back in the 600D. There's gray market, and an unscrupulous manufacturer in China was selling off Aperture stuff, branded as Aperture, and selling at gray market. And they flooded the market before Aperture could even get theirs out. It was a real mess, and I think they have since fixed that, but that's where Matt's came from. Matt's was a gray market. Clearly, someone packaged it up inside and resold it. It could have been China. It could have been whoever this Amazon person was. It's bad. Mostly wanted to stop in to say hi. Good work, Scott. Looking forward to more videos now. Back to work. I'm avoiding you. Appreciate you stopping by. Wow, we have a good crowd out here. Invisible Me, haha, sorry, I was asking 96. I don't know if they're going to fill in middle blanks. Komodo, they're very adamant about keeping Komodo as it's intended. And I mean, they're not naive that probably more than 50% of the people who bought Komodo are using it as an A-cam. They love it. Don't get me wrong. But I think they want to focus on Komodo being what it was designed for, which is a crash cam, global shutter cam, minimum functionality cam, that kind of thing. What just happened? Why did that change over? That's weird. Streams content. What am I dropping frames again? No, I'm okay. All right. Stream viewer activity. I do love all the people. Man, y'all are great. And feel free to throw in those super chats or those tip jars down below because every little bit helps. Aperture lights seemed more expensive on Amazon. They are more expensive. They every time, and I think they were able to take advantage of the fact that they're not an authorized dealer, because an authorized retailer for Aperture, I mean, they have a minimum advertised price and they're not allowed to mark it up. They're not allowed to gouge. So Amazon should tell you if they're more than that, it's probably not it. Got it at retail, yeah, but that guy still made a lot of money on it, unfortunately. Who's going to look better using the V-RAPTOR, you or Jason Momoa? As was told to a friend of mine, I guarantee it applies to me. You're no Momoa. I am not a Momoa. So, yeah, that dude is going to look amazing. And it will be one of my highlights. I will be continuously working on this, but I want to get him on the live stream. But I'm not going to push that until I get my internet straightened out, which probably just going to have to be freaking StreamYard. Maybe I'll try another one. Maybe I'll go to that other one. There's another one that works. I might give it a shot. So I might be doing a whole lot of live streams that were for fun. But yeah, I'm no Momoa. So I don't think anybody's ever accused me of looking good while shooting a V-RAPTOR. View wide. Did I understand correctly that the red Komodo is a walkthrough model? Because the DSMC3 Raptor is a top model, which means there will be a medium and basic models like Dragon X, Helium, and Monster. I could not comment on what anything Red is doing. However, I can tell you Komodo has been in designs for many, many years as a purpose-built crash cam. There was nothing about it other than timing as to when it happened. However, it is the beginning of the DSMC3 technology. You saw the new UI, a lot of the ways that they do things. The hardware that's inside is similar. It's the same as DSMC3, except DSMC3 is much more powerful. But it's a change. It's a change from DSMC2. It's a change from DSMC1. My gut tells me that, let me phrase this. I don't think you'll see a lower camera than a Komodo. That's my gut. Which means there will be a medium and basic models like Dragon X, Helium. Well, I mean, think about it. Don't read into how Red did Dragon, Helium, Monstro, etc., because there's a lot of things that Red evolved during this process. So when Red came out, they had one sensor always, and then they would swap out another sensor. And occasionally there was some overlap. Then they had Dragon, then they had two sensors, the MX and Dragon. Then they brought out the next sensor, Helium. And Helium gave them more horsepower, because of DSMC2, It was all designed around that sensor. Then they used that sensor to do Gemini, which is a completely different technology, and then Monstro. But where they evolved was they got tired of making multiple bodies with different horsepower levels, because the Gemini and the Epic W had the same stripped down horsepower. And I mean, I remember when DSMC 2 was first announced, and there was a magnesium and there was a carbon fiber. The magnesium had less horsepower than the carbon fiber. And this was something that Red ultimately struggled with. It was difficult for them because making so many different bodies gets confusing, making so much different horsepower gets confusing. And then when you drop something like a premium sensor like Gemini, but because Gemini is 5K, and so therefore it can outperform the Epic W in the same horsepower, it gets a lot confusing. So Red learned and went to DSMC2 Unified, which is this guy, but it's one body, one ice cream cone, and then the front were different flavors of ice cream that you put on, so different sensors. So they ultimately had 4 sensors you could drop in the DSMC2 Unified. They've learned the same thing with DSMC3. Well, I mean, they learned and then they evolved it, and then they're following that. DSMC3 has a core. A core is going to be the same across all the way. Hey, it worked. Cough dropped. And I'm only saying things that I am free to speculate on rather than what I know. So DSMC3 has a unique core that if they do anything other than the V-RAPTOR sensor with it, then that core would be used more, used less, et cetera, et cetera. It can do only so much processing, but it helps Red. And then Jared's tease, the XL, we know there's going to be a larger one. We know it's going to have removable mounts, and we know it's going to have internal ND, and we know it's going to be basically like a Ranger version of it. But where it goes from there, that's for the future to know. Is the monitor cable isn't hidden, but that's not a huge deal. Yeah, Ollie, it's for a reason. And it's yeah, there's a reason for that. Go, I'm not going to, there's a reason for that. And honestly, you're going to love the reason. Trust me on that one. So I noticed the higher prices when they came out with the discount, 100 and 200. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I just started using StreamYard again for work. Some new functionality that's pretty cool. All I want from StreamYard, give me 1080 for the daggum $25 price. I mean, I get so irritated that they want to charge $50 for 1080p because everybody else doesn't. I actually like the multiple going to Facebook and YouTube, but I'll be completely candid. Going to Facebook may put more people on the live streams, but it doesn't put any additional dollars, I mean pennies, in my pocket because Facebook sucks for advertising. So, I mean, I'm not doing this for the money, but it's definitely nice to get a few pennies here and there. And literally it's pennies. It's pennies. Dude, I just start, ooh. Okay. I was like, well, there's some NDA stuff behind me. I want to make sure it was hidden. Started using, let's see, I have 3 Amarans, 2 200s and 1 200D. I love them. Yeah, Amarans are really cool. They're a great entry. What I say about them, and I'm supposed to get a 200 and a 100. I'm supposed to get those in. I mean, they probably don't need to because they're selling like crazy. I would not gig with them. If I was gigging with them, I would be very careful with them because they're definitely a cheaper build, but they're intended to be. But their output, yeah, same great. And And stay tuned. Stay tuned. Oh, Diamond, what's up, brother? Dragon, Epic X, Helium, Gemini, Monstro, Komodo, Raptor, all different sensors. Yes. And then there was Dragon 4.5K, Dragon 6K, which was also the 5K, and then there was Dragon 8K. Then there was also black and white sensors. Lots of different, those are kind of cool. I really want to shoot with one of those one day, because like the Helium black and white, and I think there's a custom Dragon 8K out there that he will rent in certain situations. I think. Still love my Gemini Ranger. It's my A camera. Komodo is my B camera. Yeah, I mean, those match really well. Gemini is fantastic, especially if you're doing anamorphic stuff. 5K is great. I love 6K. I honestly, because I use it to capture nature. I just, the more Ks, the better. All the Ks. Viewwide says, thanks, Scott. You're welcome. Pat says, I think it's so you can mount the monitor in more places. I may have alluded to that on my announcement video, and I don't think I was supposed to. I have a feeling it's gimbal related, but yeah, just love the clean look of the SMC2. Yeah, it's nice. The SMC2 is nice, and 3 is not, the monitor is not that bad. And quite honestly, I will have a floppy cable. Also, that cable is going to be replaceable, or more replaceable than, I mean, have you seen what's inside the DSMC2? It's that coiled ribbon cable, and when it fails hard. So don't break your monitors, folks. But yeah, there's options. And when you see that, when you see the monitor, the brightness, 1300 nits, yeah. Diamond says, monochrome sensors are the same color bear sensors with the color matrix. Okay. I understand. I guess that makes sense. But the monochromes will also be full resolution, black and white, meaning that when you have a bear process, technically your 8K sensor is using all the colors to get your 8K, and every camera does this. But a monochrome doesn't use RGB in a bare pattern. Every pixel is on or off, so it's black or white. It's luminance or no luminance, so you get a super high resolution, or basically you get a full 8K. Jason, man, it's good to see you, brother. There is a Monstro black and white. You're right. So not different sensors in monochrome. Copy. Why you choose the red but not the Arri Alexa? I love the Arri Alexa sensor. I think the Arri Alexa makes a very, very pretty image. I think it's great. However, resolution, frame rate, those two things are absolutely huge when I do nature. I mean, they can't, I mean, Arri makes a beautiful nature image. It does. But you can't get the resolution and the frame rate with RAW. I mean, those things come out. So, I mean, I shoot on Arri. I don't have a problem shooting on Arri. I'm happy to DP on whatever the production ultimately decides that I get to decide as a DP. This is so weird. But I mean, just because it looks pretty doesn't mean it fits or checks all boxes. And the same reason V-RAPTOR, for me, choosing V-RAPTOR over my Dragon X, which I've held out on for a long time, it checked boxes. It checked boxes that couldn't be checked otherwise. Now, there's new Arri offerings coming out shortly, multiple, and they will help check some boxes. But I'm in the red world for many, many reasons. Some of them were known ahead of time. Some of them were learned after. And none of it is stickiness. Stickiness is a term that manufacturers, companies, products use to, once we get you in the door, what kind of features can we give you at either no price or a slight price that you will use that keep you from leaving? Stickiness is like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure in the web world. You can't just pick up and drop somewhere else because you write code for Microsoft. You write code for Amazon. So Red doesn't really have a stickiness. Yeah, I mean, they do, but they don't. You're in their world, but you can leave their world. It's no big deal. I love Red Raw. Red Raw is phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, when you're run and gun and you're fast, I mean, when you're shooting nature and you forget to set your ISO, I'm sorry, you forget to set your white balance, oh man, that's a mistake. Or with Red, it's not a mistake. It's a, whew, Red got me out of that one. And, you know, I can be clumsy at times. Yes, because the color matrix filtering makes the image softer, less, yeah, exactly. The monochrome sensor is just pure luminance, thus high bias. Yeah, and I've seen those shots from it, and it's gorgeous, and it's true black and white, and there's no replacement for a true black and white sensor, because I mean, adding a LUT to your black and white, it's interpreted black and white. It's still a bare and debar, which is going to put emphasis on certain colors over other colors to help create the final color image, which means it's not captured the same way that a true monochrome sensor would be. So yeah, monochrome's awesome. Didn't you use one, Jason? You shot on monochrome, didn't you? I feel like you told me that. Pat says, you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. Right. Right. We're dating ourselves here. Oh, actually, that's Hotel California, but yeah. Yeah, we shot monochrome Dragon. It was glorious. Oh, Dragon. Nice. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. I don't remember where you told me about that. I don't think it was on the live stream. Maybe it was on the live stream. I don't know. But yeah, it's, I saw somebody else. Isn't there a helium? I thought there was a helium monochrome. Is it 4x3 or 6x5? There's a Dragon 8K that was adapted to be a pure anamorphic, I thought. I remember hearing that one. That was several years ago. I thought it was the 8K. I know that all the 8Ks got pulled back into Red World. Apparently there are so many stories on that 8K. But I remember Jared talking about the every red there is. Perfect. I remember Jared talking about the making of the 8K Dragon and how one of the lessons that they learned was you can't just scale up 6K to 8K in your design and the output results, not the performance of the sensor itself, but the manufacturing doesn't translate one-to-one. So they were basically printing this wafer of like 13 or 15 of these 8K Dragons and getting one Dragon out of it. Everything else wouldn't pass. He said, I think he said each Dragon sensor cost a Lamborghini, was his words. The anamorphic one was a shorter cut of the VistaVision Dragon. Gotcha. Okay. Because they had lower. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because when they would make these things, when they would go to check out, there'd be like chunks missing. The sensor wouldn't perform. There were chunks. There were lines. What am I allowed to say? I know Diamond gets away with saying stuff that I'm not allowed to say. I remember. Well, I mean, I know there are some technologies used in DSMC2 today that came from the Dragon 8K not working, and in the hopes that they could get them working. None of these are hurtful. All of these are helpful, and it's just life. Hack to call a less wide sensor. Yeah, anamorphic sensor, right? Do I? I just say it. Yeah, I know. I remember your live stream blurt, and everybody went when you were on the Komodo live stream. There was the one blurt. Boy, that was a fun one. But you're Jason effing Diamond. You can say whatever the heck you want for the most part. You got a V-RAPTOR on order? Giggle. Everything builds on the next thing. If you didn't, you would never. Exactly. Red is really good about learning. And I mean, if you think Red sits around, that's hilarious. This is not a smack Red on the well, that's a horrible phrase to use in 2021. This is not a pat Red on the back live stream. We'll talk about anything and everything. But Red, like Airy, or even Black Magic does it. They learn and they're working. I mean, the sensors that they released today, there's several others out there waiting. There's several others out there that were, whoops, that didn't work. I mean, there's a lot of innovation and testing and design. It's a lot. Yeah, no V-RAPTOR, not at this moment for me. Well, you have a different path at this particular moment, which, if you all didn't know, Diamond is part of Frame.io, and Frame.io got acquired by Adobe, and that's fantastic for the Frame.io people. I personally, I'm a little shy because I don't particularly care for what Adobe does, but I'm being assured, and Jason can certainly chime in, that Frame.io is their own under Adobe, and that they will continue to be their own under Adobe. So it's access to bigger, better things, which, I mean, for what they did with Frame.io and the time and the money that they have, I mean, yeah, that's kind of badass. So congrats for the Diamonds. Yeah, top class meme authority. Truth. Yeah. So the Diamond Bros, they're both well deserved, and anybody that comes in, and it is so true that the meme that people say must be nice to be on the receiving end of that. If you knew, I mean, there's very few people in the world that can go through what it takes to do what they did, the hours, the time, the lack of money, everything that requires to make a company successful, to do an IPO or to get acquired, to make a product so good that people want you. It is a labor of love, and it's kind of like it's the hunt. So yeah, it must be nice. No, it sucks. It's you get to enjoy it a little now, but it's only just begun. Carpenter's there. Got a split. Bye. Have an awesome day. Hey, Jason. Good to see you, buddy. Glad you dropped by. Man, there's a lot of people on here. What a fantastic live stream. Who's got more questions about Raptor? I love to chat about Raptor. I loves that Raptor. I wish I could be at the beginning of the Raptor. I just can't yet, but I do have a plan. The plan, if everything sells in the market that I expect it will sell, then I will have a Raptor, and I will have it before the end of the year. I mean, I guess if I get the money by the end of the year, then I probably won't have it by the end of the year. I'll probably be waiting like everybody else. But yeah, it's awesome. I do find it interesting, but not. It's a little sad, but not unreasonable if you look at V-RAPTOR, that there's literally nothing that works on DSMC2 that works on V-RAPTOR. And things have to change. I get it. That's how you survive. It's how you grow. But I mean, that V-RAPTOR is tiny. Matt, I am selling every Super 35 lens, selling all DSMC2, everything DSMC2. I will have an entire package. If the package doesn't sell, I'll part out. But the package is going to sell because that's how I'm going to sell it. But literally, I have so many accessories for DSMC2. And then I just have the Betamus DSMC2 body with the 7-inch touch, outrigger handle, 2 512 mini mags, all that, lots of stuff. There'll be some other stuff that I'll be selling. I mean, some of it I wish I didn't have to sell, but it's all going to Invisible Me. Yes, correct. No more mini mags. They are using CFast Express Type B mini mags. Can't keep up. They're not fast enough. I think a mini mag tops out at 450 sustained. A mini mag is using SATA as a standard connector, as is CFast 2 cards. Those are both SATA. SATA has a 535 theoretical maximum. If you know anything about data, you can't get to maximum. You just basically top out. And mini mags, I think, were like 450 sustained. CFast is somewhere close to that. Yeah. But I mean, it's also something that everybody, well, yeah, I guess everybody complained about the price of mini mags. And the reason the price of the mini mags, we talked about this before, is you can't go and develop a bunch of sensors, then fail and not try to recoup your money because you don't stay in business. So the price of the mini mags helped defray the cost of the development for DSMC2, Unified, Monstro, Gemini, Helium, all those. And then everybody complained so much that Red said, hey, we can do that. We can go to other media if that's what you want. Just understand that the cameras and the bodies will have to reflect all those costs as well. And I give hats off to them for reaching out to not just media, but the monitor folks. They've reached out to several different companies to partner with them on making parts for Red that Red is not necessarily an expert on. I think we can all agree that the Red monitor, the 7-inch touch, is not the best monitor in the world out there. It's okay. It works. It does its job. The high bright is super bright, but you're not gonna judge color off of it very well. The 5 inches are cute. The 4.7s are cute. I tried to use one the other day. Oh my God, I could barely see it. I mean, I was under shade. It was so dim. Yeah, it's reaching out to small HD people who know monitors. Well, that's a good deal. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. What's crazy is how relevant DSMC2 will be in years. Oh, yeah, no. So I think it's funny when I talked to Jared. God, it was before. Is 4 years ago, maybe? I don't know. It was right after DSMC2 launched, and I talked to him about my Dragon and my Epic, and he basically said, we have plans for Dragon till 2020. Dragon will live for 2020. And aside from a giant pandemic, it kind of held up. It's amazing how Dragon still holds today. It still works today. And Dragon in DSMC2 Unified will still work for many, many years because it is such a step up. I mean, if you look at where Dragon compared to MX is, I mean, they're I can't see myself. They're like this, whereas Dragon to Gemini and Helium, they're very close together. And I mean, think about it. Raptor is basically everything they learned from Monstro a little bit better. So Monstro is here. Raptor is right up here as far as picture quality. Now, obviously, the frame rates, the readout is much, much better. But they're closing that gap as we go up. Yeah, so it is. It is true that DSMC2 has so much life ahead, which is why it saddens me that so many people rush out to sell their stuff right now, their DSMC2. I'm not. I am not rushing to sell this. I will go out there and I will list it for a very fair price. I'm not naive. That's not what I believe it's worth in my heart. But what I know it will sell for, it'll just take some time, is what I'll sell the package for. And some people may call me crazy. Some people may call me smart. I don't care. In the end, it gets me to a Raptor. I need a 7-inch touch. Yeah, I'm not splitting it up, Matt. That'll be a huge thing with this. When is Raptor Black available, or is it sold out? So everything that is ordered today is black. If you didn't order in the first hour, you're getting black. They sold 3 batches before they shut it down. And they sold blacks in there. God, that sounds horrible. They sold black black Raptors in the sale. So if you're ordering one now, you're getting a black one. Period. I mean, unless you're going to pay a premium. 2,200 nits. What's 2,200? Do you talk about the are you, Frosty, are you talking to Clark? Clark is who you want to be talking to. Yeah, Conrad, right. 2,200 nits. It's 1,300 for the small HD monitor on Raptor. 2,200 is that the High-Bright, I think? Reach says, I do the same, man. In the end, you get what you want for it, especially if you're not in a rush. Right, exactly. I thought Phil said all orders on that day were Stormtroopers. No. They were supposed to be, but they let it run further. As was told to me. I know how many Stormtroopers are out there, and I know how many orders were put in ish, and yeah, there's a lot of black ones sold. Saint Productions one, LOL, got it. Yeah, this is a good stream, man. This is fun. Seems like the thing is settled down. I got to look at doing some more tests with some other softwares. I don't really want to pay money. God, I'm so tired of the rental world of rent this service, pay this recurring revenue every month. I just don't like it. Is it possible for a Raptor-like sensor that is global shutter? Sure. Yeah, they've learned global shutter on Komodo. They've figured it out. You can't have everything. So you got to give up certain things to get other things. So will there be another global shutter? Oh, I would absolutely count on it. NAB Cinegear Red doesn't release at NAB or Cinegear anymore. They just don't. They don't care. Try StreamYard. Yeah, StreamYard is what I used for years, but I don't like that I'm only 720p without paying $50 a month, and I am not paying $50 a month. You folks are going to deal with some drop frames if I have to pay $50 a month. That ain't happening. Yeah, I feel like there's another one that does basically what StreamYard does. They do 1080 for $25 a month, I think, but they just won't let you go to multiple places, which I'm not worried about. I wouldn't mind going to Twitch. I don't know if any of y'all are on Twitch. Twitch is definitely a gamer place, but a lot of people make a live stream on Twitch, and I don't know if I should also go to Twitch or just deal with the YouTubes. I enjoy the YouTube community. I'm not a fake person. I don't have a personality that I do. So to me, getting on here and live streaming with my community everyone that joins this live stream knows who I am. I know who I am. I know who you all are. I enjoy the YouTube community because I don't have to be anything that I'm not, which sadly a lot of YouTubers, when they chase the algorithm, they chase the fads, they chase the trends, well, they get sucked into that hole of not being fake, but not being real. So yeah, Restream was one that I looked at. There was another Glee. I don't know. There's a lot of options out there. I just saw this, it made me laugh. It's hard to see. This my daughter had made for me. It's just has my logo on it. It's just sitting over there. I thought that was pretty cool. Has my logo on there, but it says director, producer, editor, awesome father, and most importantly, best pawpaw. Let's see here. Restream, I'll come to you. Ha! There you go. Subscription model is... subscriptions suck. Just hate it. And honestly, the moment Apple opened that up in their app store, and now every product, it says only $3.99 for the app. You're like, oh, cool. And then you go there and it's $3.99 a month. No, that's not $3.99 for a product. That's $3.99 a month. Don't like it. Don't like it. So what's everybody working on? What's everybody doing? What's everybody up to? Everybody having a good time? Everybody having a good day? Let's see. I can go to... Got to run, Tommy. See you, buddy. Thanks for being a channel member, Tommy. I appreciate you, buddy. He's one of my oldest channel members. He's the bestest. He also has a nice channel. If you, he's a vet and does podcasts for vets. He does all kinds of stuff. Let's get into some. Let's see if I can see here. Can I see? Yes. There we go. Okay. So, waiting on my Komodo. Yeah, no, I understand. And I know a lot of people are like, how can you make this without making that? Life has to go on. I mean, wouldn't you rather be in something that everybody still wants? I mean, think about it this way. When the Arri LF came out, there was a bunch of people that pre-ordered it. And by the time they got theirs, which it took like 6-7 months for a lot of people to get theirs. A lot of them were for sale. They didn't want it. Now, I mean, people are selling the Komodos, but the Arri LFs, they weren't selling for profit. They were selling for a loss because they didn't use it. The Komodos, people are still selling for profits today. Oh, also, if anybody is looking for a Komodo package, a friend of mine is selling their package. I will give you the specs on it. It is available now. And it is, it's a really good price. It's a full kit. So it's a Komodo. It's black. It literally has 4.4 hours on it. It has the screen protector is still on it. It has a tilt to full camera cage. It has the small HD Focus Pro monitor, still has the protector on it. And believe me, this person never took them off. It has the monitor camera control kit. Has Angelbird 512 gig CFast card. Has a Tilta side handle with run stop cable. And 2 BP975 batteries. And the whole kit is... What was the price? So asking $9,500, but pretty close to that. I think they'll be able to get it. So if you're interested in that or know anyone that's interested in that, hit me up. I'm just brokering for this person. This person is kind of a private person and doesn't like to be in the limelight. So I'm happy to help facilitate that because that person's a friend of mine and has been for a long, long time. Yes, people have received their 25 to 75s. Ding, there we go. Waiting on Komodo, still deciding which cage to go with. When will the Tilta Advanced Power Distribution Module come out, or is it a dead end? I don't know. I don't think it's a dead end. I just don't see them in a hurry. So I don't know when it's coming out. Affordable yet compatible with the red handle. Yeah. KKOG, anyone received? Yes, there are a few 25 to 75s in the world. I guess some people are not in the U.S. I know, yeah. I will have the 25 to 75 here for a test soon. I think October though, so don't rush. And I mean, quite honestly, until V-RAPTOR was announced, I was absolutely getting the 25 to 75 because it fit in my ecosphere of a Super 35. But now that I'm moving to V-RAPTOR, I'm not going to get the 25 to 75. I would absolutely encourage anybody in the Super 35 to get it because it's so amazing and it's so clean and it has that beautiful articulate look, but it won't fit my model. So yeah, I understand. I wish I was in the U.S., right? And Tim says, hey, I know. Just talked with Red again. Let's look at these pictures. That's pretty. That's pretty. So I love the R in this. Is it? No, that really doesn't show up. Really? The cursor doesn't show up. I love the, wow, that's hard to trace backwards. The R, the R in there. Another thing people don't realize is, let's see here. Let's find the, yeah, you can see it here. On the side, if you look down the side there, you can see the ports stick out to the side of the V-mount. And because of that, unfortunately, V-mounts like my favorite Granite Mini are not going to work on this one because there's not enough width. They need to be the mini size in order to work, or the micro size, I think they are. So if you have large V-mounts, you're not going to be able to use those with your Raptor. Keep that in mind. There will be many coming out on the market, I'm sure. But also keep in mind, this thing is a power hog. A 98 watt hour battery will get you just right at an hour. So yeah, there's 150-ish batteries coming out shortly. I mean, that'll get you a little bit better. It'll get you an hour and a half, but they need to be 12 amp batteries. Because if you use a 10 amp, it will power the monitor, but there's not going to be enough power to power everything else. No glitching on set. That's a no-no. Just talked to Red again. Ready to spend big bucks on lenses. What are you looking at getting there, Frosty, for your lenses? I mean, your rig is pretty specific. We had Monstros ordered, but I'm very happy about this new option. Yeah, I mean, you're in a better future space. I mean, Monstro is a fantastic sensor, really close to V-RAPTOR, but yeah, you're in a smaller body and with more power. And I can't wait for the stuff for Red Control to come out. It's gonna be awesome. What other questions anybody got? Let's see here. There's the V-RAPTOR there. He's so pretty. I love that they said, you know what? We don't need to have cages. We'll just put the cage in the body, and so you get quarter 20s everywhere. And there are literally quarter 20s everywhere. And I noticed several of them are really deep too. And they're also spaced oddly. Isn't that interesting? But that'll be part of all their new modules. Those you saw the renders. Those are going. Somebody did a mock-up of what it's going to look like with all the little modules on there. Pretty cool. Tim says got some lens deals coming up for Raptor users. VistaVision. So many used Monstros will be purchased as B cams to Raptor in a couple years. Yeah, well, I mean, absolutely they would. Monstros are, I mean, in most sets, I mean, Monstro, there's no difference between a Monstro and a V-RAPTOR in a lot of ways. In certain scenarios, there's a big difference. What's your thoughts on OC monitors? I love OC monitors, but depends on which monitor they are. They all have pros and cons. I mean, I have two OC of the 15-inch monitors, so not very bright. One I'm going to use as a production monitor, other I use for color grading, and I have to tweak a little bit to know what it's doing. The OC on camera monitors are great. You're not going to use them for color grading. They're larger monitors. I have asked to evaluate those. I guess I'm on a wait list to evaluate. I don't know. I'm not important enough, I guess. I don't know. Y'all poke your fingers at OC, I guess. I've seen the 21-inch in person. There's some bleed on it, so I'd be really interested in testing it out fully to see what it does. But yeah, OC monitors are pretty good. I mean, they're definitely not the cream of the crop, but I mean, they're definitely not cheap either. I'm going to try to use the RF lens before I try the RF lenses before, but we'll have big budget project. Yeah, I'll try that, the 28 to 70, yeah. The 28 to 70 F2, that is, I mean, it's gigantic. I have the LCM15, LCM 150, whatever it is, 2150 or 2015, 250, I don't know. It's the 15-inch monitor. Mine, I have a version 1 and a version 2, and I think they're on version 4 now, which is a little brighter than those. RF will be good for some remote options for sure. And that is the key with the RF adapter, because remote, it will definitely help. Yeah, let's see here. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, an hour and a half, nice. Let's see. Man, it's a pretty... I do find it interesting that Red didn't go with dual media options or dual media slots. I'm guessing I know the reason why, but I just find it interesting. Heat, I'm sure, is one of them. It's a pretty camera. It's tiny. It's tiny. I mean... Anybody that owns a Komodo, if you didn't giggle when you first grabbed it, then what's wrong with you? But I have a distinct feeling you're going to giggle. You're going to momoa. You're going to momoa yourself when you put this in your hands, because it's tiny. It's not much bigger than a Komodo. It's like a 20% larger Komodo, 15% larger Komodo. Yeah, the audio, I think, is awesome. I love that they're doing audio interface on this. That's better than just the headphone jack. The USB-C is going to have some cool stuff. Yeah, you can just see it's just slightly larger. And there's the black one. Black one looking super cool. Super cool. I like it. I wouldn't have done the black buttons, though. I thought that was weird. I would have had dots on those buttons just so you could see them, but I get it. Oh, but did you see that that picture that Jared teased on the live stream? So there's the side module that goes over that screen that's going to have some more ports on it, some power ports, etc. It's also going to have a light that shines down on the side of the camera. That's brilliant. That literally made my day when I saw that, because, I mean, it's been so needed forever. Why not have a nice light on the side? It's just Great. Pat says, my beef is no provision for an EVF. I like my eye on the V4. I don't know that that's the case because the why am I singing songs about? That's weird. Who's that? That's circus songs. That pogo on top looks the same, but it's not the same. So I don't know that I would say there's no provisions for an EVF. I don't know that I would say that because it can do all of that from that pogo. So yeah, don't make that determination. Pat, I love my Ranger because it will sit on your shoulder like it. Yeah, it's not. It's a big. It's a big useful camera. I mean, I think it's basically Red sitting back when they started making all those little custom cams, helping Panavision design theirs, and then you got the. God, I hope I get in that cough drop right. Doing the one for Fincher and all of those others, and then everybody's like, "Why can't I get one? Why can't I get one? Why can't I get one?" And Red's like, "Okay, you can have one." I think that was a bit of an eye opener. Red really never knows what the market really wants until the market really wants it, and so I mean that's why we get like a Ranger. I think the Ranger was really cool because it basically is like, well, all right, fine, you don't have to have all the modules. You can just have the whole thing. And it works. Pat says, I have considered that. I love the Ranger too, says Frosty. Yeah, it's, the Ranger is cool. It was fun because we got to shoot with Jared's Ranger Monstro on a shoot. It was a blast. I mean, just I was like, it's Jared's, and it was a little giggly there, but it was a cool camera. That was the first time I ever got to shoot a Ranger. Sister's brother says it's basically just a high-speed helium. Besides, it looks cool. I don't really see the need to upgrade. Sister's brothers, it is absolutely, without question, 100% not at all a helium. It is 100% not at all a helium. Without question. It is based on a Monstro with Komodo tech built into it. It's not even close to helium. Not even close. So, no, that is not true at all. But, I mean, your need to upgrade, yeah, it's whatever you need. If it had just been V-RAPTOR with the new sensor, but the new sensor only did the same frame rates as Monstro, I would not have upgraded. Thoughts on Canon Speed Booster for Komodo? I've not used it. I don't know. I mean, I know a few people have. I just don't know. Monster Moto, yeah, I mean, kinda. It's interesting. There's more Monstro in Komodo and V-RAPTOR. It's there. I mean, Komodo's different though. Komodo's a little different. I think with Red, and I'm literally extrapolating based upon just things I've heard. I think Red really changed their world when they came out with Gemini. I think they got brave, and I don't know if Graham's on here and could confirm nor deny, but I think when Gemini came out, I think they really shocked themselves at what they could do. But I mean, I know Monstro was in development too, so I don't know. It could be either way. Honey, I Shrunk the Monstro. I mean, yeah. A Monstro Moto would be cool. but I don't think they're going to come out. I've never used a speed booster on my Komodo, mostly because all the speed boosters that I ever owned were from Micro Four Thirds cameras. Every camera I bought after that was full frame, other than these, which I'm not using speed boosters on, like my mirrorless and such. So like I have A7S3, I have an A7R3. All of those are full frame. So yeah, I never did a new helium in a Komodo would be good. The helium we use in 8K acquisition for extra perspective with Monstro. Helium, and I'm maybe in a minority here, but helium is my least favorite red sensor. Spec wise, I think it's beautiful. Look wise, I don't care for it. It's not my cup of tea. I had debated many times going to helium, mostly because of the wildlife part of it and getting the extra resolution. But I could never, well, y'all hear my clicky dog. I left that in the video edit the other day. I thought it was hilarious. I don't think very many people did, though. It was knowing the age of helium and knowing the future, I wasn't going to invest in helium. I didn't want to invest in Monstro because of the lack of frame rates for it. You're being a goof, dude. He's looking at me like, what? What did I do? But yeah, V-RAPTOR is absolutely enough to make me want to change. The look works for certain shots with it. I believe that. And I believe for nature, I think it's one of its nicer things. I remember one of the first heliums things I saw was Adrian Anega's, where he was shooting some stuff with it. And I really dug it for nature. I didn't like it for skin. I did not like it for skin. The Gemini is the perfect camera for indie features, especially the Ranger. I don't know why I'm coughing today. Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, the low light really helps. There are definitely times when I wish I had a Ranger around here, but quite honestly, I bought the A7S3 to help with that. And it's got the great low light. It's better than Gemini. It's 4K, so it's fine. I output in 4K for most people. But yeah. Tyler says, hi. Hi, Tyler. No V-RAPTOR for me, but Komodo might be on the way. Nice. Yeah, Komodo is, I feel naked without it. Wow, that probably got me demonetized, didn't it? Let me just grab my little Modo. Hello, Modo. There I am again. Why do I keep doing that? That's weird. I just keep singing. Here's my Modo. I love my Modo. This guy's never going away. He's staying around for. I gotta put a battery on him. He's a little front heavy without a battery. That was good. Okay. Yeah, I love my Komodo. Definitely love the color. I'm a little biased, but yeah, you get it. Yeah, Komodo. It's kind of funny. When I was on this last trip, which I can't wait to go back out, I was up at Glacier National Park, and there were these grizzlies, and I got this grizzly cub. I posted the video the other day. I'll probably throw it in some video in the future just to talk about it. But this little cub just starts climbing this tree and starts doing, I swear, you would see these posters in a dentist's office, like, hang in there, Everything's going to be great. Keep up the good work. And I mean, this bear's in this tree with this Y, and he just kind of, hey, how's it going? And then he starts doing this number. He's got his hand against his paw against his face. He's like, oh. And then he's so human. It's hilarious. But I was shooting it all on Komodo. I freaking love that thing. I'd yank that thing out. And it's funny too, because I was shooting on the Sigma 150 to 600. And I was mounting it to the lens and hanging Komodo off the back, just because it's Komodo so lightweight. But yeah, this is my combo. This is my OC that I use on my Komodo. Pat, because of dual ISO. Oh, you want a dual ISO on V-RAPTOR? Yeah, I get that. And the full frame at 5K with less medial space. Okay, okay. Gemini is halfway between Super 35 and VistaVision. Yeah, Gemini is taller than Dragon, but it's basically like Dragon. Dragon is like 0.87 of full frame. The Dragon 6K, the Dragon 5K was Super 35. So it was always interesting. Yeah. Phil says that he knows productions that are swapping Alexas for Komodos a lot. I do not doubt that. Now, are they A-cams? I don't know, maybe. But I can guarantee you being able to stick this little camera in a corner is so much easier than trying to get an Alexa in a corner. Red has done a good job with autofocus. Yeah, they really are, and they're only getting better at it. They're really good. Any take on port keys? I've chat with the rep, and he told me they're working on a 7-inch monitor for Raptor. Yes, I like the port keys monitor. I have the port keys 5-inch somewhere, and it's a nice monitor. It's the UI is a little weird. I mean, this OC is not tops of its game for its UI either, but the port keys is really weird, but I like it. It's good. It's not as bright as this one. This one, I mean, I'm old, so I guess you're not as young as you used to be. My vision, I mean, I have great vision far away, but my close-up, I don't want to wear cheater glasses because I'm not old, right? So 7-inch just works better for me in most situations. I can pull focus on the 5-inch better than I can pull focus on the monitor of Komodo, but I mean, it's just hard to beat 7-inch. So yeah, 7-inch port keys might be okay. But my gut's going to tell me I would not choose a port keys 7-inch for my V-RAPTOR over the Red. I would not do that, just because I know that the Red UI is far better. Matt says, excuse me for not knowing. It's no problem at all. But are you a full-time experienced DP? What do you mainly shoot? Where are you located? And do you feel that helps you with your work? How did you get started? Yes, I am a full-time DP. I do a lot of commercial. I do short-form narrative. I do nature. That is my main number one job. I also edit when I'm broke. I don't like to edit. I'm a DIT at times. I'm a cam op. I do a lot of that. I am also a full-time motion control. I do that a lot, especially on commercials. So I do a lot. I got started many years ago. I was not full-time all the time at this. I worked for ABC Disney back during the conversion over from SD to HD. That was back in 99, 2000, yeah, somewhere around there. I worked for ABC for about 3 years. Before that, I've always had a love of video. I've owned cameras from XL1. I've owned the HVX 200. I've owned the Canon GL1. I've shot and developed photography way back before that. I met people like Jared from DVX User. Yeah, I mean, if you ever look me up on the old worlds, the HVX and DVX and DV Edit, all those, I was Phalanx, PHALYNX out there. So where am I located? I'm located just east of Austin, Texas, and I shoot local all over Texas, mostly. Do you feel that helps with your work? So YouTube for me is a hobby. It's fun. Yeah, I like to make some money with this. It helps because it helps me bring in stuff that I can't always just afford on my own. I don't make a lot of money. That's where you guys come in. I mean, anybody that uses my affiliate links is helping me, and I appreciate it. If you're tipping me below, using the what do you call it? Super chats, all that stuff helps me. This is not my full-time job. So DP is my full-time job. And I work as much as I want to work. Not I work as often as I need to, and I'm selective about jobs. I'm not rich. I'm actually quite the opposite, but I'm all about building myself better, building myself constantly improving. I believe that you can learn at least one thing from every person that you meet. Every single person. I mean, you could learn something from someone who's never been on a set before in their life. You can learn something from them. So I don't shy that away. And that's why I built this community, which is to, I would say give back, but I'm not giving this massive quantity of experience. I share what I know. I share what I learn. Sometimes I share what I learn the moment that I learn it. And yeah, that's what I do it. And how did I get started? Yeah, I answered that. I mean, I've always loved this stuff. Always loved this stuff. I wanted a Super 16 camera, couldn't afford it. Wife wouldn't let me have one. And she really wouldn't. It took a while to get to the red too. Whew. Boy, she didn't want me to have one of those. That was an investment. That was 36 grand. That was a long conversation. But yeah, hopefully that answers Matt. If it did not, please feel free to put down below, and there's no apologies needed for not knowing. The Canon R5 with Ninja 5 Plus is now 8K crash cam. Yeah, if it stays running long enough. We'll just wait for the next version of R5. Tyler says, really excited for Komodo. Going to see how that Canon focal reducer works as well. Yeah, let me know, because I'd be interested. Pat says, you have the same setup I have. I have the Komodo outrigger with the tilt-to-top plate. I love this. So, I mean, I've got a lot of cages, and there are times that I'll swap out cages. But this is my run and gun config right here. I mean, it really is. Sometimes I run sans monitor and just use this, but I like this because I can turn just like this. And when I'm shooting, like when I'm panning and doing stuff, I'm out at an airport right now shooting a bunch of stuff and tracking planes and such. And you know, when you got it on tripod and you're tracking and you're following this plane almost 180 degrees, this is a lifesaver because you can do this and then you're there. I love that. I just love this. I'm okay with it not being approved. I know how to read voltage. It's not a problem. So I know when it's low on juice. I like this little side wooden manual from Tilta. It's the most comfortable one for me. This is a heavy config at this point, but I've had it really tiny as well. I was happy to discover the tilt-to-top plate bolts onto the outrigger handle. Yes, it does. It does really well. Saint Productions says, do you think Arri would ever make a camera pricing-wise? No, not at all. No, they love it. Because Arri has two things. Number one, they make a good product. They make a very good product. Number two, their their purpose in their Alexa lineup is to convert people from film to digital and to make it as easy and as seamless as possible. And let's be honest, there are quite a few DPs out there who came from the film world that are still making stuff today, so they can convert them over very easily to Alexa, because it feels just like a film camera. You know, you set your ISO, set your film stock, set your white balance, with your film stock, and then press record, and everything's done by your first AC. They're very proud of their cameras, and they like holding that line. Now, at some point, if everybody makes enough of a dent in Aries thing, sure, they'll adapt, but not right now. I mean, they did with the Alexa Mini. I mean, that camera was what, 40, 50 grand at first when it first came out, and then you had to buy all the accessories, which got you up to 70 quick. But yeah, I mean, that's as cheap as they get. My wife said, buy a red. I quickly jumped on that briar patch. You know, that's a good wife. I had to work on mine for many, many years. And I honestly think that she was getting tired of me just showing her, because I'm a visual learner. And so like magazines and brochures and books, and I'm reading all that stuff, and I'm just like, look, here's the red. See, they have an MX sensor and they have the new Dragon sensor. Now the Dragon is new, and I mean, I worked on her for quite a while, and finally we made it happen. So I was very pleased, and she absolutely loves it now. She loves that I own a red. It's hilarious. If no, she won't be here. If we're live streaming still, you can ask her point blank, because it makes beautiful images that she adores, and she loves going out. I mean, that's our goal, is for her to quit her job when I staff up enough, and then she can come work with me. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, goals. Let's see here. Stupid-doo-doo-doo. But yeah, Pat, you got a good wife. Why does this people keep trying to hire me for Windows? That's funny. Luke says, are you using a 12G SDI cable? Is it necessary? Yes and yes. So there are two problems with 12G SDI. These are not Red's problems, although one of them was. There are two problems. One of them is an industry-wide issue. Well, actually, they're all technically everyone's problems. So the difference between a 3G and a 12G, number one, the circuitry is a lot more susceptible to voltage spikes. That is the one you keep hearing people blowing out their ports. And that is why Red has a procedure. I've posted it. I've talked about it. Probably should do a video. Red's done a video on it. Follow the procedure on hooking up your 12G SDI. Because if you send a voltage spike through there, you can kill it. You can kill it on an Airy. You can kill it on a Black Magic. You can kill it on anything with a 12G SDI. Anybody that tells you otherwise, they just haven't done it yet. But it is flat out an industry problem. The other thing is 12G inside of, I'm not going to disconnect my cable. Don't have one here. It's a BNC connector. So you have an outer connector, and then you have an inner pin on the cable itself. The inner pin on a 12G is thinner than a 3G. So what happens is, if you take a 3G, which is thicker, and you put it in the internal receiver designed for the thinner one, is you get what they call splaying. And if you remember the old RCA cables, you know, they had those little fans on the outside that you know, do this. Well, they get stretched out, and then the cable falls out. The same thing splays. So you have this. You have a round circular joint that if you stick something too big in there, it will stretch it out. This sounds so bad. It will stretch it out. When it stretches out, then you have the problem of, you can have disconnects when you put a 12G cable in there, and you can get voltage spikes, and then you're done. So those are the two problems. Red has fixed the splaying issue by reinforcing the receiver on the inside with a, I don't know if it's rubber or plastic or something. It just reinforces it. Keeps it from happening. But on Komodo, do not use 3G and follow the standard. On any 12G, do it that way. Red files are great. Yes, they are. I love red code. Loves red code. It's not even funny how easy R3Ds are to work with nowadays. 10 years ago, different story. Yes, it's exactly true. I mean, that's yeah. So you'll enjoy one of the next We're a Cult series puppets, because it's literally on that. Uh-oh. Are we dropping frames? No, it just says we're not sending enough data. That's weird. As such, viewers will experience poor performance. Are you guys experiencing poor performance? I asked my doctor about poor performance. It definitely does not like the... See, all right, let me just bump it. I don't want to bump it. I don't want to drop frames. I don't care. It can say I got poor performance. Hopefully you're still getting it in 1080p. Tyler laughing. Yeah, 10 years ago, yeah, it was much harder to... I have to get more drink. I apologize. You're going to hear some noises while I tell this story. Yeah, 10 years ago, working with Red, there was just not enough horsepower in the world to get us to decode in a PC. And that's where you had the Red Rocket, the Red Rocket 2. There was, there was a lot of horsepower required, mostly because Red was using so much horsepower in their cameras to do the bearing that it took so much horsepower in the cards to do the debearing. If any of y'all remember how much a freaking Red Rocket was, it was a lot. But what you probably may not have known is that it's almost a Red camera on a card doing the debearing. The types of processors that they used, they put on those cards so they could do it in real time. Well, in near real time in some cases. The advantage came in when when GPUs got powerful enough. That really helped. Speaking of which, where's my... Okay, I'm only using 8%. GPUs got powerful enough. NVIDIA, Red worked with them. Red's worked with a lot of people with their SDKs, allowing the debearing to take place on GPU, which are far more efficient than CPU. And when that happened, I mean, all of a sudden you're going crazy. Like Final Cut users with their new GPUs for the Mac Pros, they can go 8K full res playback and see it real time, no problems at all, no skips. So yeah, I mean, we've just evolved to the point where the technology that's in these cameras is equaling the performance that we get out of our PCs and Macs. And I definitely need to do my video on my M1. I have switched over. I mean, I still have my Windows machine. My Windows machine is a severely overclocked 14 core with a 1080 Ti. So it's not the top of the line. It's not an AMD and it's not a 3090. I can't get a 3090, I tried. So it handles Red really, really well. It exports really, really well, and it worked in Premiere really, really well because I had NVIDIA. In Resolve, it was okay. It was not bad at all. When Apple Silicon came out, I switched over. I like the Mac world. I like it. I spent too many years in Windows. The M1s do really, really well with the footage in Blackmagic. Now, I mean, there's a few things you got to do to make it happen. But when the M1Xs come out, I will be getting a Mac Mini M1X with 10 gig Ethernet, with the most amount of RAM and GPU cores I can get. And that will be my editing machine. And yeah, that's it. Sorry. I see. You're right, Ollie. Because with this, yeah. So I'm building, I'm building I have some Raspberry Pis to build media players for my ATEM switcher, and playing music. That's a good call, dude. That's a good call, and you are right. You know, I could just use the microphone input and I have an old iPod over there. How fun would that be? Just download a bunch of music to the iPod. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Sorry, I busted out laughing because I saw Nar. He's like, I'm just here for the puppets. What's up, Nar? Hey, Nar, who was it who was asking? Nar, could you talk briefly or just type in chat what you had to do to get your accordion lensing to work on your Red? I think you were using an RB67 lens, because there was a question about that and I did not know, and Tim called you out and said you knew. So yeah, if you don't mind, if you just type that in, that'd be awesome. Love to help people around here. Yeah, I want to play seductive music. Oh, I could get on the piano. Remember last time somebody asked me to play a song, so I did live, and they're like, well, I didn't mean now. What will happen? What will happen when the patent on R3D expires? Always wondered about that. It'll expire and people will use compressed RAW. That's what will happen. Will Red go away? No, not at all. If you think Red will go away, then you're just not a business person. I mean, Red is not dumb. Red is actually a bunch of really smart people, really smart people. If you don't believe me, how come they have a patent on compressed RAW? And yeah, you can play that game. People love to go, oh, that's because they went and they did. It doesn't matter. They got it, and it's solid, and they rely on it for a lot of reasons. But the future is not compressed RAW, because at some point, honestly, the reasoning for compressing the RAW goes out the wayside. For instance, you can buy a Canon R5 that you can shoot RAW uncompressed. You couldn't do that before. Those codex boxes to shoot ARRI RAW, I mean, that was insanity. And the Canon external, the Sony's externals, all that stuff was insanity. Half of it was to get around the patent. The other half was because of all the horsepower it takes to get RAW out back then. But now, I mean that's not right format. Now you can do a CFast Express and you can record RAW. So what happens when it expires? People will have compressed RAW, but it won't matter, because Red will have innovated so much during that time that they're doing just fine. Frosty says, I have to go, Scott. Cheers. Hey, see you, Frosty. Always good to see you. Pat says, I'm using the Asus Duo Pro laptop with dual Oh, that's the one with the bottom screen. That's an interesting laptop. I don't know if I could do that one. That one's just weird, but i9 processor and external video graphics card. External, interesting. I just bought my wife an M1 Air and it works fine too. The Air, so do the thermal mod on it. If you're going to use it for any kind of editing, as long as you didn't get the 7-core GPU doesn't need it as much, but the 8-core, there's a thermal mod for the MacBook Air. It is really not difficult. You're just undoing some screws on the back, popping the top, and then you're putting some thermal pads, not permanent thermal pads, 3 thermal pads on there, and then putting it back down. You don't have to take apart anything else, but it will absolutely keep your MacBook Air from thermal throttling. I mean, I crank that bad boy up. But what it does is it basically couples the heat pipe to the aluminum case, which allows everything around it to be used as a radiator. Perfect. Tyler said, I've been really happy with my M1 MacBook Pro. I will definitely be getting a maxed out M1X when it comes out. Yeah, I won't be doing the storage. I think Apple is way too greedy on their storage. I get it. It's the same thing. They're paying for innovation. I get it. It's the same thing. But I have options. And my options are I will use an external Thunderbolt drive. That's what I do now. I bought mine with a 0.5 terabyte in my M1 Air. And I have a 2 terabyte external that I built it on my Tech Cuts channel. If you're not a member, go subscribe down below because, Tech Cuts coming back. Gonna do it. What I don't like about the MacBook Air or the current M1s is that you only have one Thunderbolt channel. I don't like that at all. You have 2 Thunderbolt ports, but it's one Thunderbolt channel, which means you have a total of 6 devices. And I found this out by trying to plug in 6 devices with a hub. You can't do it. And Blackmagic, come on, shame on you. What is your deal with your silly Thunderbolt video, the 3G monitor out, not being able to be used with a hub? Come on. I need that port. I need it for high-speed things, not low-speed things like a 1080p monitor. Oh, Blackmagic, please fix that. Please. Gerald, hey, what's up, Gerald? How are you, dude? You know what's funny? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I misspoke Jared and Gerald's name the other day. It's kind of funny. I had to clean it up in an edit. It was funny. Because I played it back, I was like, I did not just say Gerald. And I did. I said Gerald. I was like, well, I guess you were on my thoughts at that moment. So I had to swap it out with Jared because I was actually talking about Jared. That's funny. I have a Blackjet UX1 with 2 SSD slots, a red mini mag slot, and a CFast 2 slot for Komodo. Nice. And it's Thunderbolt. Joseph, hey Joseph. Do you think Red is moving towards IPP3 with launch of DSMC3? Not that I'm aware of. IPP2 is a color science. And the beauty of RAW and Red RAW to begin with is that everything that they do is backwards compatible. I don't think, I'm sure there's things that I'm not thinking of where IPP3 might make sense, but IPP2 color science is pretty premium. It looks really good. I really like it, and its ability, I have gone back to some of the first Red footage that I've ever shot, popped IPP2 on there, I was like, it's a whole new clip, because it really is. It really brings out everything. I'm going to move my drink. I don't know why. My throat is itchy today. I need a cigar. So, are they moving to IPP3? I don't know. I will just say, I honestly don't know. And I am saying that truthfully before I say the next thing, which is something that someone very, very dear to me and in the know told me is like, those that know won't say. Those that say don't know. So there you go. I am telling you before I said that I don't know, because I honestly don't know if they're doing an IPv3. I think it would make sense at some point, but I don't think it's going to be tied to DSMC2. But I don't know. I don't know. There's so much horsepower inside the new V-RAPTOR. They could have a lot of fun with it. They really could. So it's possible. I just don't know. Tyler says, renders are done, gotta run. Hey, nice rhyme there. Great stream. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I agree with you, Pat. I really don't see a problem with IPP2. I didn't dislike Dragon Color 2 with the skin OLPF, the skin tone highlight. The one thing that I always disliked about every sensor on the market, pretty much right up until IPP2 era and IPP2 for red, was you shoot like a red brake light and it blows it out and it gives it this like washed magenta color instead of red. We see it as red, but when you filmed it with like the old low light or the old Dragon color. It was kind of a washed magenta. And I mean, this was not a red issue. This was Sony's did this, the Panasonics did this. All of them did it. Even Arri Alexa. I named a movie. I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely not shot with Alexa. It was shot with Alexa because it was washed. I was like, oh okay. When IPP2 came out, they fixed that. They fixed with a combination, I think, of the standard OLPF, but they fixed that washing out, and that's the part that I love. I love that more than, I mean, skin tone looks great. A lot of the feel is definitely more magenta, and I like that. Well, definitely more magenta than it was, and I like that. So, yeah, I like IPP2. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Is that all these streams are to you, Tyler? Rendering time. Is that all these streams are to you? Thank you, Ollie. Keep them real out here. Thank you, Ollie, for doing all that you do on all these. I really appreciate you just helping out, and you've been a great friend of the family channel. Shamily. Y'all give Ali a big hand. Joseph says, copy that. Popped in to head while you talked about the future of compressed raw patent. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. What else anybody got to talk about? I got lots to talk about. I can talk about all day long because, well, that's what I do. Who? UPS values my opinion. I don't think you do. Ooh, boy, I know Amazon valued my opinion the other day. They dropped off my package at the road, not even in my property. I live on property, and I have a fence at the front, and there's an open gate that allows you to deliver your Amazon packages, and he dropped it on the road. And then when I was driving out, we saw Amazon packages all along the road. I was like, wow, that guy's getting fired. That was pretty amazing. Who's got questions? Who's got questions about V-RAPTOR? Who's got questions about Red? Who's got questions about Sony? Who's got questions about Arri? Who's got questions about aperture? I'm just talking about the things I know. Lenses, motion control, Kessler stuff. I can talk to you all day long about Kessler. I love me some Kessler stuff. My cine shooter is my favy. Let's see. Oh, and yeah, apparently I've had so many people reach out to me and to Kessler about my Frankenrig that I guess they like the idea of doing it. They're all wanting to do it. So I'm going to do a video kind of basically talking about it. And I think Kessler's going to put together like a special link for anybody that wants like a Balcom Frankenrig. And all the parts will be listed there, and you guys can have one if you want one. Pat says my film career was built on Arri and Eclair, nice. I went Red 3 years ago. I will always have a fondness for Arri, but not lucky. But yeah, I mean, when you went. You were shooting film, I'm assuming? Ha! That is so timely. And when you shot, if you shot film, it was so funny because that was Eric Kessler just texting me. Just timing. I always feel like he's listening. Maybe he is. Are you listening, Eric? If you're listening, just say hi. Were you on film and then you went to Alexa, and did that help you convert? Was their purpose in building Alexa the right pathway for you to get over? Well, okay, fine. There's a question that I have an answer for, but I want to. There it is. The question is, Breakthrough. Variable ND. Have you tried it? Yes. I've been using it for many, many months. It is nothing less than phenomenal. And I'm not overstating this. It is nothing less than amazing. There is literally no color shift and no X pattern. I mean, there's an ever so slight color shift when you put it in, but throughout the entire color range, there's not much. I mean, the color shift is minimal, and it's not a negative color shift. It's just, it's kind of like when you put on sunglasses. This is it. I can't see it because you can see my eyes. I'll put it in front of my eye. I can't see because, let me just do this. I can't see my screen. Here I go again on my own. There it goes, darker. Yeah, it is absolutely worth the wait. And they are going to be shipping. I know a lot of people can't wait. I get it. I think they could have done a much better job communicating. I get it. So you don't need to be upset. I mean, if people want refunds because they waited so long, they'll give them to you instantly. They're good people over there. They really are designing the very best product. This is not even the final version. Final version is even better than this one. I'm not sure how it can be better, but it's better. Yeah, I've been using this for many months and testing it as well as a group of other people. And no, they're not influencers. There's a whole bunch of people testing it that have never been on YouTube. And they don't ever want to be on YouTube. They're not an influencer. They're strictly an abuser, a user and abuser, and they're putting it through spaces. And I mean, the opinion of it is there's almost no issues with it. They've fixed so many little things. I mean, that was the whole point, was to fix all these little problems, and they fixed them. It is perfect. This one is so near perfect. It is. I don't experience the problems that other people experience with this version, mostly with my lenses, but the new one completely resolved. It will come out. I'm looking at my watch. Really? Siri just pops up. That's funny. No, it's very, very soon. I mean, I don't know if you know, but there's like some shows coming up. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be happy here really soon. So yeah, I get it. But yes, variable ND from Breakthrough. I mean, their 4x5s are fantastic. I grab these now. These are their 4x5s. I grab these more than I grab my my Format High Tech. I can't see because I grab these more than I grab my Format High Techs, my Firecrests, which I love Firecrests. Don't get me wrong, but these are fantastic, and I use them more than I use my Firecrest now. If you already have Firecrests, you don't need to upgrade. But if you don't have Firecrests, yeah, you should look at them. Breakthrough has really figured out the filter game. Yeah. Pat says, nope, never went to Lexa. Oh, interesting. Okay. Pat says, I love my Canon variable ND on my Komodo. Really? It's ugly to me. I'm not trying to poo on you. It's got a funky color to it, and what shows up is not. I can't agree. I'm using right now. I've got the clear in here because I was shooting at night, 2000 ISO, which is absolutely clean on Komodo at an airport. It's good stuff. I can't wait for you guys to see that. Oh man, when that comes out, there's some cool stuff. Working on a project that a friend of mine has, and oh, it's so good, so good. I've never done anything like it. They've never done anything like it. It's a big crew. It's a lot of work. I got one more, maybe 2 more days, and then it'll be out. I got 2 more days of shooting, and then they'll bring it out because I know they want to bring it out quick. Missed my cough drop. Sorry. Okay, let's see here. When will it come out? Weeks. Can't wait to get the breakthrough, Ollie. It's well worth it. You ordered the clear too, right? You're going to need the clear because this is 2 to 10, 2 to 11, something like that. You need the clear because especially for low light, you cannot run without something in it. So what I do is I carry this and I carry the clear. Well, I really just carry one. I have the clear and that back and forth, and I swap it out. And that's how I run. I mean, being able to do this, well, I put a matte box on it, but it's I don't have to carry around big NDs. Oh man, is that a lifesaver? And dial that exposure in perfectly every time. Variable rules. I mean, I'm using breakthrough right now, but unfortunately I'm using a Cinetone, so you can't really see the breakthrough filter on there. Really, I'm thinking more of convenience. Oh, it's yeah. I mean, variables are convenient, but it's clean. It's clean. I can't wait to see what comes in the future from Breakthrough. I obviously know some things, and it's just yeah, they figured out the optics. Now they're figuring out the use cases, and they're getting really good at machining. Wink, 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 wink. So yeah, I look forward to what's coming. Let's see. Well, yeah, drop frames are actually going down, so maybe we stabilize. That'd be odd. What other questions we got here? What other topics does people? I mean, there's a lot of people out here. All y'all are just. Hey, look. If I'm you guys, Bob Ross, I kind of want to know that actually. That would be hilarious if people are like, "I just have you on in the background, just like your soothing sound of your voice." I don't think I have a soothing sound of my voice. Did y'all watch that Bob Ross Netflix doc? I thought it was pretty good. It was something that I had always wondered about because I always loved Bob Ross, and apparently the people that managed him out of a lot of money. I guess I don't know. According to the doc, I'm not making any determinations because apparently they're Sue happy too. Let's see what other questions. What other Raptor questions has anybody got? Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Who's got Raptor questions? Who's got? Man, more people on here. I love the live stream, folks. I love it all. Who? Wow. That's a weird one. Who's got questions? Computers. We can talk cinematography. I can't talk about upcoming stuff, but puppets. We can talk about puppets. I don't know. I like some puppets. I know Aperture has announced a few things. I'm excited for Aperture. Aperture's really kicking some rear end lately. Just entering the market hard into the pro stuff as well as the affordable stuff. I mean, that's easy. Do DJI has something? Yeah, I've seen the new what is it, it's the funniest looking camera. It was the Mavic Pro 3 with the dual cameras. It looks really funny. Nova 600 at NAB. That would be neat. That would be neat. I know DJI is really frustrated with the. No, sorry. I know Aperture is really frustrated with the supply chain problems and getting anything across the seas. It's just rough. I feel bad for them because everybody's just blasting them. You release a product, but you don't have any product to sell. And it's like they sold out, and then they can't get any more over here. It's hard. Gerald says, I've been loving my little Amarans. The 200D and the 200X are fantastic. They are. They are. They are. They are. There's Aperture never stops. So once they bring out a product, there's probably 30 products in the works. They're just like Red. They're always keeping ahead. Oh, what's up, Eric? How you doing, man? I was just talking about the City Shooter and the Frankenrig and all of that. Just called you out. That's hilarious. Eric is always, well, I mean, Eric's a businessman. He's always got about 100 things out in the future that people are working on. So it's always fun. All these entrepreneurs that I know and I love, because it's cool. It's cool. All these. Joseph Warner would love some RGB light tubes from Aperture. That would be interesting. I know I have mentioned a few ideas, and I would love to see them come to fruition. We'll see. With my Ranger, I have to use indies in the matte box. Yep. With my Komodo, I have the Canon variable, and it's so good. Oh, you are not wrong at all. It is so convenient. I mean, you just walk around and you have all your NDs right here. I mean, just it's wonderful, and it's so fast. And wouldn't it be nice if it was available for DSMC 2 and 3? Well, we know it's going to be available for 3. Eric, yep. I want a slider that will be relevant for over 10 years. But yeah, if you want a slider that will be relevant for over 10 years, buy a Kessler. Well, you're right there. It is. It's absolutely true. I mean, I still have most everything that I bought originally from Eric. Some of the stuff I upgraded, like when I went to the Cine Slider, which I should have bought to begin with. I got rid of my smaller one, whatever the original one, the smaller one. But I sold it to a friend who uses it every day. It's awesome. I had my original Kessler Crane KC12 that Ryan Connolly told me. He's like, dude, get the Pocket Jib Pro. Just do that. Don't get the. He says you'll use the Pocket Jib Pro more than you'll use the KC12. And I was like, but I want that 12 feet. Ryan was right. Buy the Pocket Jib Pro. You'll use it far more because it's so fast and easy, and it does 95% of every shot you'd ever want. And I've kept that forever. It's awesome. Yeah, if you got questions about Kessler stuff, I mean, we got the man right here. We're always loving to talk to Kessie baby, as Connolly always says. I got my City Shooter right here. He's so pretty. I love it. Oh, there I am. I can't see on the monitor. He's so pretty. I love it. It's always being used, and it's going to get introduced into my puppets too. You got to have some motion in your puppets for the future, just to help sell the way that I'm having to shoot these. Matt's got his original crane still. So I have a jib that will always be wonderful. I have an DJI RS2 for my Komodo, but I still love my jib. I still need one. Yeah, the RS2 is really good. Eric Kessler, ha ha ha. Kessie baby, did not want to hide you. No problem at all. You're always welcome. anytime you want to pop in just to say, yo, bro, anytime. Always a good time. How's things in the Kessler world? Any cool stuff you want to talk about or no? No? Yeah? No? Yeah? No? Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. This IROP. I'm sorry. I cannot pronounce your name. I apologize. IROP? I'll try that. Ollie. You're a man after my heart. Sony A7 IV. Yeah, I think A7 IV is going to be interesting. Now, when it's going to drop, I don't think it's going to drop anytime real soon. I think we're probably looking at November. I'm guessing they're going to want to drop it for December, for Christmas. I think hold on. I think the A7 IV with its feature set is going to be kind of what the A7 III was. I mean, it was the perfect camera for people who are into some photography, into some 4K video, don't know a whole lot about anything, and they could jump right on in. I think the A7 IV is everything that they know with the A7R4, which is and the A7S III, which is ding. I really think Scott will fill you in on the vertical motion. Yeah. I love me some vertical motion. I use the TLS for my vertical. Where's it at? It's over there. Scott can fill you in on the vertical motion thing. Ooh. Yeah, I love me some vertical motion. Eric knows. It's literally almost every conversation with Eric. It always ends up as like, so, yeah, man, can we get some vertical motion? Yeah, I love all that. I know Kessler has some new stuff coming. It's going to be cool. Like, maybe soon. It's not for me to disclose, so I can't disclose it. He could if he wanted. But yeah, I'm excited for the future. Bane. Yes, you think you know. Do you feel in charge? That was not bad, actually. That was probably my best one. I just need a faux Chapman shot. Oh man, I know. You know, I've had that conversation so many times, and the funny thing is, there's a reason that those are the only people in the industry, because they're expensive to make. I'm negotiating here. Negotiating. Maybe we can tease some stuff here. Yeah, I've literally gone down the deep end trying to figure out if I could build like a Chapman dolly or anything. But those hydraulic accumulators and all of the hydraulic motors and everything that goes into that, it's a beast. It is a beast to build, and it costs a lot of money. And I mean, I know, like, no, Eric's got me thinking. I know it always boils down to what we think versus what is reality. So, like, we all think it must be cheaper to build one, like a Chapman dolly. It must be, or a Fisher dolly. It must be cheaper to build one than they're building it for. But reality is, it's not. And we all say, oh, we want a telescoping jib for something that we can do with our motion control telescoping, like who was it? What you call it? Who's the motion control out of Turkey? Forgot. But they built one, and it's horrible. It can't do anything. Every shot there is hand-picked because it's the only shots that actually worked. It can't handle any weight. It's Eric's got me thinking more, but he's given me permission to tease. I just don't know how to tease it. I don't know how to tease it. I'm not going to blow it for him. Yeah, they got stuff coming. They're on track, not too far off. And I will just, you know what? I'll leave it at this. Eric teased it above. I'll just leave it that. If you want to know what's coming, Eric teased you. Let's see here. So when he said bro, no. Well, yeah, I like the telescoping. So, I mean, Kessler designed a beautiful techno crane kind of thing, but it costs so much to build that people are like, oh, well, I don't want to spend that. Well, but you asked for it. You asked for it, but you don't want to spend the money. That's tough. That's tough on any manufacturer, that people are like, oh, we want it. But what we really want is we want someone to make it, and then we want someone to rip it off and then sell it for nothing. That's what, sadly, a lot of people say. And I mean, I think Fishers and Chapmans are pricey. I agree. But they're worth it. They're a standard. They're out there forever. They are worth it. And I don't want someone to go rip them off, because if someone rips them off, then we're not going to have a Chapman or a Fisher. And we're not going to have people who are willing to stick their necks out. I ran the camera department for PSA Rental House, and we were the Chapman people in the Southeast. We had all the Titan cranes. I still rent Chapman dollies. I love them. I mean, I would absolutely love to have one of those, but they're really hard to get. Like Chapman and Fisher both only will lease you the product. They won't sell it. And they only will lease it if there's, I don't know, like a long-term agreement. I don't know. I looked into it and I was like, oh, well, I can't afford that. Because I think the price on those, like a Fisher dolly, I think the purchase price, if they would sell it, is like $120,000 or something like that. That's what I heard. I don't know for a fact, but I was also told that they've never sold one, that they were only leased to people. I mean, it's tough to innovate. It's tough to create. It's tough to stick your neck out there and create something, and then people are like, I wish it was cheaper. I'll tell you the thing that, man, I'm going to let out one of my puppet teases. One of the things that I find so frustrating, like when Jared from Red posts anything, like he'll post a tease, and the first question out of someone's mouth is, how much? He's not even telling you what it is. Why is he going to say the price? People are so interested to know that price so they can immediately slap it down and say, oh, that's too much. You don't even know what it is. I don't like that in the industry, and I wish people would stop it. And you know, it's like the love-hate, and those are strong words, but the love-hate of like a Blackmagic creating a camera that can do cinema-like stuff, and putting it out there for low dollars. By doing that, and honestly, Red building a Raven 4.5K or a Komodo and pricing it very affordably, doing that brings in this entire new level of filmmakers out there, and there's nothing wrong with what they create. They're all, like I say, you can learn something from every person you meet. They're all creative in their own ways, but they come in with this very cheap attitude. Somebody called it like being house poor, where you're so excited to buy a house that you buy the most house you could possibly afford, and now you can't afford to furnish it. You have this massive house with all these horizontal surfaces. Oh boy, don't let me get started on horizontal surfaces. That's my whole rant. You buy all these bedrooms, all these living rooms and everything, and you can't afford to furnish it because you have no money. You spent it all on your house. It's the same thing. If you can't afford the ecosystem of a Red or an Arri or a Panasonic, any of the cinema cameras, you probably shouldn't dive in. And I'm guilty. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I bought my Red, and boy, I couldn't afford much after that. It was such a struggle, but it's earned my money multiple fold because of it. And when you have a $3,000 camera that shoots a version of RAW that's not RAW, and you have a beautiful image that comes in, Blackmagics make a beautiful image, and then you price it at less than $3,000, you bring on an entire new amount of people who don't understand the premium market. I know, like with Kessler, people are like, whoa, how much is a cine slider? I could get one from China for $99. Yeah, you can get a slider from China, but it's not a cine slider. You can't get quality built like that that's going to last forever from China. We're so used to throwing stuff away and people ripping it off and being okay with it. And honestly, we have to stop it to a point. I mean, it's tough. I get it. I don't know why this is a rant. Happy to answer all kinds of questions. Feel free to put those. Boy, I dropped a bunch of viewers on that rant. I mean, feel free to ask questions. I'll stop at any moment and answer the questions. I know when Red created the Raven and when they created Komodo and they brought in all these people, there's so many people that are mad, that don't like it. Raven, they were really mad because they had to buy the mini mags. They did not like, which I don't have in my camera, they did not like the price of the mini mags. And they were mad. And they didn't realize that they bought a camera under the price that it cost to make. Almost, pretty close. I know the profit margin on the Ravens, oh man, was it tiny. Not worth it at all. So yeah, it's a tough world. Oh really? Oh really? Okay. Okay. So who wants to see a tease? I can't say anything other than to play the video. Who wants an Eric tease? Eric is a teaser, and he just gave me something awesome to tease. He gave me a video. Y'all just comment down below if you want me to tease it. It'll only take one of you. All right, I'm going to tease it. Here we go. Let's switch over here. Let me make sure I'm on this. Okay. And play. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. 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 Look at that. Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, it's like I've been saying, Cine Shooter is a platform. It is only the beginning of the platform. I'm only teasing that one time. That is it. Phil Holland. You lurker. There we go. Yeah. That was fun. I enjoy doing that stuff. Yeah, there's I've been so excited for that. You have no idea. So excited, makes me sing. Pat says they do that because they know how much they have to spend and they want to know if they're wasting their time. It's true, but I don't know. There's an automatic want to poo-poo on stuff. Ollie is like, can I have another axis, please? Yes, please. May I have another axis? Yes. It's Ali says, so true. And more importantly, cheap sliders don't come with free. This is true. It's true. I mean, it's good. Ollie's like, go. I have a wave jib I bought from China 10 years ago. I have rented and used jib many times. This one is well built and smooth as any jib I've ever rented. What is it a copy of, or did they make their own? And maybe that's why. If they make their own, it's probably not that bad. And I'm not anti-China at all, because I've noticed there's a lot of Chinese companies now that are just making their own stuff, which is cool. Like Tilta got a bad rap, and deservedly so, for straight up ripping people off. And like when Komodo came out, they didn't rip off anybody. They did their own thing, and good. So good. So yeah, we just teased that. I love teasing. It's so much fun. Yeah, we should watch. No, I'm not gonna watch that again. We're gonna make everybody go back and watch it again. It's 2 minutes and 41, 2 hours and 41 minutes in. It's gonna be funny. I'm gonna watch my watch time. It'll be like zzz, boop, zzz. I hope Tyler's enjoying his render after missing on his tease. I have a feeling there's other lurkers. You got like the Phil Hollands back there. And Phil Holland's like boop. Phil Holland is the boop of dog noses in live streams. He just comes in and goes boop, and he walks away. Let's see. What other questions we got out there? What other things can I answer? I mean, I'm streaming good today. The dropped frames is pretty low now. Seems to be okay. It's surviving. I love it. Yeah, good stuff. It's I'm happy to keep going. I enjoy the. I love the fun. I love the interaction. Plus, I started earlier. I was going to start at 4 o'clock, and I was like, well, but then my wife comes home at 6, and then I'd be like, and then I would feel obligated to go back and spend time with her, because I'm a loving, caring husband of 30 years. Let's see here. What's a space that hasn't been innovated in that you'd like to see? That is a great question. So much so that I probably haven't thought about it. Anybody want to chime in? Their thoughts as well. I mean, I don't mind people. I'm not a creator, so I don't mind. I don't want to hold people back, and I don't mind having people help contribute to other people making success. That's cool. Phil says, I am the internet. Yes, you are. Boop. Komodo top hand trigger will work on Raptor? No. The only thing that the Komodo, this one will work. If I remember correctly, that's the only part that will work on the top. Pretty sure that's right. Phil, can you confirm that, please? I'm pretty sure that's what he said, was this one top trigger was the one that would work. I think that's the only one that's going to sell. What is my wife doing now? She is working. She works. She's been working her rear end off because she works for a clinic, a pathology laboratory. And they have been doing nothing but pandemic tests now for the last 2 years. Seems like it's been 2 years, hasn't it? Yeah. My wife is upstairs wondering what I'm doing in my basement. What's a basement? I don't have a basement. If I dug a hole, well, actually I did. Actually, I could have a basement here. I guess that's true. I dug. I mean, normally in Texas, you dig a hole and you reach the water level, so you don't dig a hole. I did dig a hole in the back one day. I was bored, my tractor, and I dug down 15 feet. I wanted to see if I have this, like, they call it sugar sand. It's really fine sand is what I have. It's not the beach. It's really hard packed because it's so fine. But I dug down to see how far the sand goes. And I dug down 15 feet and never hit clay. So, I don't know. Ollie's like, Phil Holland, I actually believe you. Vertical plus horizontal motion hasn't had much innovation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I stick, for vertical live moves, I just stick my shuttle dolly and I put my Pocket Jib Pro on the shuttle dolly because the shuttle dolly can handle so much weight, and just whoop, and you just, as you're going forward, you just raise up and you get your beautiful axis. And you can actually balance that with a little bit of bias on the weight. Put a belt drive from Kessler on there, and you can actually automate that. And you can put a set of shooter on the top and get that full movement. I might play with that. Let's see. Ali says, tell her to work more hours. That's what I told my wife. Raptor isn't going to pay for... oh, man. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's one way for me to get to spend more times live streaming. Just lead with that one. My wife is the sweetest, most understanding person in the world. That's why I married her. I would never find a person on this planet like she is. This is like a little love stream. It's the Scott Balcom love stream. Yeah, I've been with my wife for like 34 years. I was actually a kid when I met her, but she's exceptionally. I mean, you can't be me and be married and not have a supported wife, because I'm a freaking tornado, just running through although some people are more tornado-ish than I am. Some people are hurricanes. But yeah, she compliments me really well, not like verbally, but like as a couple. No, she doesn't compliment me hardly at all. She only loves me for my red. Phil Holland, don't know actually on the top trigger thing, but in the live stream, one of those guys had it on her. Yeah, that's what I thought. And I thought it was mentioned. I thought it was mentioned that it was the one part that would work. Pat says, my wife is a flight attendant. Very nice. I have a studio in my basement. I have a studio with a basement. I mean, that's literally around the corner here. I've been working, trying to build a 70s, 80s basement. It's kind of funny because we're the polar opposite. I can't find a couch. I want to find one of those old brownish plaid sofas that you had in your mom's basement or the family room that was not the presentable living room. I want one of those. I've been looking for a console television just to have. I want a basement. I'm going to have so much fun. I want to have a Wayne's World basement. That's literally what it is. Dadgummit. Yeah, I do the same with my Traveler Jib. Yeah, I understand. We fly free. I don't. Yours looks better than mine at this point. Oh, yeah? You can only see this much. I can't walk over here without tripping. This over here is the wall of shame with all of my stuff piled up on it, and then all the stuff I have to finish reviewing. And then my food set is temporarily pushed to the side, only temporary, only because I'm traveling so much right now with a job that I keep having to take things down and up and down and up, and I just need to focus on the job, and then I'll come back to the food cooking one. Oh, that's so annoying. There's like a thread hanging and it keeps drawing my attention. But I'm doing slow little changes to try to bring things better. Should I saturate? I don't feel like I want to saturate more. I guess I could. Let's add some filters. Somebody mentioned that my that I looked like I needed more saturation. Ooh, that's really saturated. Let's try. That feels really saturated. How's that? Is that better? It's a little more saturated. I don't know. The S sitting tone is okay, I feel like. How was barbecue season, by the way? I smoked a lot of meat. I enjoyed a lot of barbecue this year. But man, the price of meat, oh my God. Ooh, that's costed me. The interesting thing, though, is that I'm back on keto, so I'm slowly losing weight. I'm only down about 10 pounds right now from my goal. I'm still way down from before, but I gained half of it back. So I want to go further this time. With being on keto and not eating as much as I used to eat, I used to be able to put away like a 16, 18 ounce steak with no problem. But now with keto, my wife and I will just get like a nice 16, 17 ounce steak, and I just cut it in almost half. I get a little more than she does. And that fills me up. And that really helps with the price of meat because, man, it's expensive. Whew. Pat's like, what did you shoot on your adventure, my nature adventure? I shot a lot of animals. I got some classic good bears. I talked about the bears earlier. I'm sure you were on. The grizzlies. I've got so much freaking footage of that. I also, I've been shooting a lot of nature for a long-term documentary that I'm doing. Well, trying to be successful at it. I did go through San Juan. I went. Did you hear about the bear, Pat? Let me know. The grizzly. I might actually have the bear I could share. A bear I could share. Wow, that rhymes. Let's see here. Let's go out of there. Let's go to let's see, library. I feel like I have the bear. Oh, I do have the bear. I do have the bear. Oh, you can't play yet. What are you doing? Oh, here we go. This is part of that bear. I mean, this guy. Wow, that does not look good. Oh, because that's why. Because I just applied the saturation to this camera, and it applied it to my. Yeah, that's why. So it's gonna look oversaturated. Sorry. Yeah, this guy. I filmed him for 15 minutes. And he's just sitting there in a freaking tree. And I stayed 100 yards away. But he just does the cutest things. This is a baby grizzly bear. I didn't even think about being able to play video. I'm taking off the saturation. This is horrible. Ugh. Let's see, close. There we go. That caused me to be all stuttery. Great. And then another thing that I've been doing is I go out to really beautiful places, and I've been shooting with my drone. I find something that is very, very complementary to this purpose. But like I get inside of a canyon, like between the walls, or in trees, or anything, streams, mountains, anything that is complementary to this motion. And I shoot at 60 frames a second on my drone, and then I just fly forward. I'm basically doing a mini Phil Holland, is the best way to describe it. But I just shoot for like 5 to 7 minutes, just going forward at like 2 miles an hour. And in slow motion, you're just kind of slowly creeping. I love the effect of those Apple screensavers that our buddy Phil does. And they're amazing. So I've been doing them not for sale or anything like that. I just want to play them on a monitor beside my studio in there for music purposes. So 15 hours. 15 hours of a bear. And so I can just have them loop and play and just create a continuous stream of beauty in my eyes. Because, yeah, that's what I like. This was is my Komodo adventure in Ouray. Ooh. The Komodo adventure in Ouray. I like Ouray. Ouray is a pretty town. Let's see. I don't think I have any drone footage on here. I don't think I do. Boy, I have a story idea, though. Well, I do have these, so I can do this. So I got these are some grabs that I got. It's a little soft. I just thought those were, I don't know what else is on here. Oh yeah, I got that one. These guys. I got them. They were, I mean, there was just a mama and two babies. And this is like, this I just want to do is like a dentist commercial. It's like, cheer up, it'll be over in no time. Let's see if there was, yep. Pulled that. That's a still from, I mean, that son of a gun. My wife has like eagle eyes, and she spotted him, and we yanked over real fast. This was in Rocky Mountain National Park, and he just walks right up to the van, which I was told to stay in my van, and I did. I filmed. I had the door cracked. I had the camera sticking out. It was quite amazing. Hold on, let me see. There's some more. Oh, the hot springs. If you want to know where that hot springs is, there's a couple called One Adventure at a Time on YouTube. They talked about those hot springs. And I think they left those GPS coordinates for them. I know a lot of people won't do that anymore because we're just doing a slideshow. There's my beautiful wife, and we're eating cheeseburgers at the top of Rocky Mountain National Park. I was trying to see if there's any other cool shots that I got. Well, it's hard to see. There's a moose. He was being a pain in the butt. He knew how to hide. He was so good at hiding, and that's literally like the best I got. I filmed him for 20 minutes, and that was about the best I got from him. What is there any? Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any video of the drone stuff or anything like that, so I cannot share those. I don't have them. It's not that I don't want to. Okay, so let's see what we're back on here. Questions. Matt's like, let's see. How does your nature stuff do on stock sites? Horribly. I think stock sites have been destroyed. It was pretty good for a while, and now I don't hardly waste my time anymore. Mostly because, I mean, some of the stuff I've shot cost me a fortune to get, and I got $12 for it because somebody will buy it, and it goes to like Premium Beat, or somebody uses it on a subscription, and yeah. I'm just not participating that way. So, if anybody wants to license my stuff, they can license it directly. Nice, Pat. We were in... Okay, yeah. Okay, people didn't like my home movies. No problem. So, yeah. Any other questions? I mean, I can go as long as anybody else wants to go. I've been streaming for the longest time. Whoa. Wait, what? How is that? Oh, I was thinking it was, okay. Yeah, I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm happy to do it. Keep on going. Just throw some questions out there. Throw some comments. Throw some fun stuffs. It's all good. It's all good for me. It's all good for you. I'll share it. More puppets coming. More puppets coming. So Thayer Wally asked a question in Red Camera on the stream. He asked about PL mount for V-RAPTOR or RF. It is RF only, but you can adapt to PL. For the V mount, or for the V-RAPTOR. Make sure no one else. Cool. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay. What is my most favorite shoot so far? Professional or personal? Because there's two different ones. I like very well. Let's just answer both of them for you rather than make you reply which one's. Professional. Either. Professional was well. I don't know. There's a variety. I mean, one of my favorites. One of my clients is a Renaissance fair, and I absolutely adore working and putting out commercials for them. So I can say that that's absolutely one of my favorites because it's more than just one commercial. It's more than just 1 year. It's more than just. It's also something that's kind of fun to hang out and drink beer and smoke cigars and all that good stuff. So that's one of my favorites. Another favorite, doing motion control, Taco Bueno. I've done a couple of spots for them that were a blast, working with a cool production company in Dallas where I was doing all motion control, all with the Kessler Frankenrig. And I really loved, I love food shoots. Food shoots are so much fun when you have people that can pay attention to every little shrimp and every little everything. And then I get to do fun things with motion. I mean, it's a blast. Those are cool. Those are hard to find because they were only on air. They have a bad social media presence. So they're really hard to come by. Personal favorite shoot. I will have to say that shooting that bear is one of my favorites for sure, because I have been bear with bears. I have been so bear deficient over the years. I have always had the worst luck with bears. And then just getting 15 minutes with a bear that a guy was standing next to me who comes out there like 4 times a year and like several years. And then one guy next to him that had been there for 14 years going every year and said he's never seen a bear do that. And I guess like koala bears do it and all kinds of others, but I mean, a grizzly to do that was amazing. So, and I captured it. I got it. And then I had people on my Instagram who apparently were standing right next to me and said, "Oh, you were the one. Oh, hey, that was cool to see that." I mean, it's neat. That was so fun to get to see something so cool. However, I would say shooting in Yosemite was probably one of my absolute favorite personal shoots. Just because of the sheer beauty. And I mean, waterfalls, they just sing to me. They just sing so much to me. And just being able to run around and capture them all. I mean, that's literally what Dragon, that's where I used all my frame rates, every high speed I could get. It's what I will use more frame rates for when I get V-RAPTOR. It's, yeah, I love that stuff. Plus, my interactions with animals are so short that 8K 120 frames a second or 4K 240. It's nice to be able to slow down the animals because they're a little fast. And it's funny because it's like the old phrase, "The grass is always greener." It's so true. I never think about what I have here on my property. I never think about it. And people that come here and visit, they're like, "Oh my God, why aren't you shooting out here?" I'm like, "Oh, place is prettier." But I forget that. I mean, I have foxes. I have red foxes out here. I have raccoons. I have possums. I have armadillos. I have coyotes. We have a mountain lion. Probably never see that one again. We have bobcats. We have white-tailed deer galore. We have bald eagles, although I've never seen the bald eagle out here. I know there are 6 of them in my county, or 5 of them, I think. We have, and it was even told back in the 80s, right across the street, there were 2 black bears. And I'm sure to believe that. I mean, we have a plethora of wild animals through here. And why in the world I'm not shooting them, I have no idea. Oh, hogs. We have wild hogs. Well, those things are, although I haven't seen those in a long time. It's interesting. Whisper Cool's like, yep, they are majestic slow. They are. They really are. Waterfalls. Then you can start a huge nature channel. Oh, well, I mean, if I could be known as the nature guy, I'd love it. If I could make a living being known as the nature guy, I would love it. Because nature is where it's where I chill. It's where I relax. It's where I giggle when I get a cool shot on motion control. I giggle when I get a cool shot in a narrative. But when I get like a bear sitting in a tree, the giggling that I'm doing, I mean, it's comedy. It's comedy to watch me do it because I'm probably like a little 7-year-old kid. It's like, I mean, I'm so excited that something like that I'm able to capture. That just, it's exciting. It's good stuff. I'd love to do nature out here now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. I'm like, you know what I need to do is I need to lure them in because that's what you do. I'm not going to shoot them. I'm just going to film them. I mean, the deer are, I mean, my dog is the size of a deer. I mean, he's huge. The deer are so used to him that they're 100 feet from me. So I could get deer all day long. I have my camouflage pop-up tent. I could shoot out of that. That'd be fun. I might try doing that this winter. That might be fun. Well, I mean, I'm always worried about words I use on YouTube because the algorithm doesn't understand. It just reads, and the algorithm reads everything that I'm saying, and it applies it to a filter. It's like, oh, you said something bad. Let's see. I also enjoy the hunt for nature. It's a lot of fun, and I've had such bad luck in the last 2 years going out on nature, just not having time and or money and or opportunity thanks to pandemic, that it's made it difficult to do nature. But as soon as I finish up this job, well, I mean, it's going to be tough. I'm going to try to squeeze. It's like NAB is coming up in Vegas, and I'm going to try and squeeze in some nature before NAB, and then just arrive at NAB because, I mean, NAB is it's still cool if it's going to happen. I'm sure it will. I'm going to Cinegear. Who's going to Cinegear? Anybody going to Cinegear? I will be at Cinegear. I have now confirmed that. So if you're there, say hi. I'm vaccinated. I can say hi. Florian says, have you had hands-on experience with the V-RAPTOR already? No, I have not. I am not one of the few amazing talented DPs, and rightly so, that have had their hands on it. I am a virtual nobody in the industry, so yeah, I've not had my hands on it yet. And because I haven't had my hands on it yet, I can tell you that you will all be the first to know when I do, because I'll probably be sitting there giggling. I don't know if I'll have my hands on it before or after Cinegear, or during Cinegear. My guess is I'll probably have it at Cinegear, so I won't be too much. But I will certainly share everything that I get from that. What is glare? Oh, that's the. Who moved my lamp? This glare right here. This was not there. That lamp got pushed back to the wall. Eric says, "You're somebody to me." Thanks, bro. Thanks. Tear, wipe away. Elbow, wrist, elbow, wrist. Thank you. Yeah. Whisper says, "Did you notice any big difference with Phil's footage view?" No, because you're not going to see it. I mean, yes, I noticed the slow motion, but the difference, YouTube, I mean, YouTube is the great destroyer of all things beautiful and fine and fine art and detail. So, I mean, you can notice the high frame rate with Phil's stuff. I didn't see, and it was sad. I did not see the shadow differences on the live stream between Monstro and V-RAPTOR. However, Phil, buddy, if you would send me that chart that you shot, I'd love to post that if I can. If you, well, I mean, it may not be yours to give. I get that. If you want, I mean, I'd love to analyze it deeper and share. It was very, very clear. Well, I mean, 8K is beautiful. Looking forward to you getting it. Always enjoying your reviews. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will be getting it because Dragon will be for sale after 2 more jobs. My computer crashed. I'm back. Oh man, you missed all those compliments I said about. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you did go away for a while. Yeah, okay. The last thing I was telling you about the hot springs, and then, yeah, we had a long conversation after that. I'm really excited for V-RAPTOR, and I mean, I know the XL is coming. I know stuff, and that stuff will be something that many people will want and flock to, and rightly so. Now, will it make people say, "Oh, I wish I hadn't bought"? I don't think it's going to make people say that. But for me, the V-RAPTOR is the camera. Just like Komodo, if Komodo had the frame rates that DSMC2 had, it would be tough. It'd be tough for me to keep a DSMC2 because Komodo, and I mean, it makes sense. Komodo does so much so well. Really? You're not going to lock? There we go. Komodo does so much so well. But V-RAPTOR, 8K, 120 frames a second, 4K, 240. Also, for my motion control, shooting 480. That is my favorite slow motion resolution. It's funny if you look at Chris Vanderschiff. I just gave you a new name, Chris Vanderschiff, on Instagram. He always posts that what frame rate Instagram. If you're not following him on Instagram, follow him on Instagram because he's always shooting the cool stuff, and he's got Phantom 4K. But every time he says, like, which frame rate do you like? The 240, 480, or 1000? I always like the 480 with like one exception. I think 480 is so good for most everything. Can't wait to see Jinx in 8K 120 glory. I mean, as soon as Starlink gets here, then I will start uploading 8K stuff. If you had any idea how long it takes me to upload 4K stuff, although, I don't know, I wonder if a VPN would help. You know, I should try that. I wonder if going through a VPN would make it faster, because that would take out my my ISP block. I don't know. I don't know if my ISP is blocking it or if it's just YouTube. I don't know. It's really slow to upload. It takes hours upon hours to upload a 4K video. I mean, it's bad. V-RAPTOR, aka Hefty. Hefty Komodo. Yeah, okay. Hefty Komodo. I would call it Komodo Pro. Florian says, Komodo is incredible. I switched to it from Blackmagic, not going back. I mean, a lot of people agree with you. I mean, there are some people that say it's not worth the money. It's their opinion. They're right in their opinion. But anybody that has truly shot with a red is not going to say that Blackmagic is better. Just like the Ursa 12K. Anybody who has shot Monstro at 8K is not going to say that Ursa 12K is better. It's not. And I've said it before. I don't have anything against Blackmagic. I think the Blackmagic Ursa 12K is a beautiful 4K camera, which is what it was designed to do. Downsampling. That's how you get beautiful, because that 12K looks like hot garbage. I'm sorry. I'll say it. Their 8K is not much prettier. Yeah, there was, can't think of the guy that's built the 9x7 sensor and camera. Forget his name. Friends with him on Facebook. I apologize. He's got a massive 9x7 high res sensor, and he compared his to the 12K zoomed in. And when you pixel peep, 12K is horrible. It looks like iPhone footage. Yeah. Florian says, Komodo plus V-RAPTOR are the ultimate combo. I completely agree with you. And that's why I'm switching to it, because my Komodo pairs well with my Dragon. My Komodo will pair even better with my V-RAPTOR. And I'm the worst salesman on the planet. Here I am. I need to sell my Dragon. I'm telling everybody, get the V-RAPTOR. Get the V-RAPTOR. I mean, unless you have budget and you want a Dragon, then that will be for sale shortly. Michael says, sup, just got here. Why is the Raptor so incredibly inexpensive compared to the past Red flagship releases? It's a good question. Several things. One, if you can pass off development of other things to other companies, you can decrease your development costs. For instance, if you can have Small HD develop your monitor for you, then they take on the brunt of the development costs on that. That's not a development cost that gets added into the Red. Same thing with media. Same thing with other partnerships that Red has. Yeah, that's one. Number two, let me phrase it properly. Yeah. As I stated in the product announcement for V-RAPTOR video, V-RAPTOR is the beginning of DSMC 3. So that should help. Should help with that. So, yeah. V-RAPTOR is not, it's not their flagship. But it is the beginning of DSMC 3. And it's better than almost everything that they have right now, which would make it flagship compared to everything. I get that. Yeah. Do you think the DSMC2 will see a price drop sooner than later? Well, right now is the time to buy a DSMC2 because people are freaking desperate. They're just unloading those things for pennies on the dollar for no reason. Just wait, it'll settle. Will us see a price drop? Well, I don't think you're going to see much DSMC2 new. I mean, it's like it'll just kind of slowly disappear. And my guess is it'll just disappear. I don't think you're going to see a price drop. I don't know. I mean, I don't know for a fact. That's a pure guess. Whisper Cool says red is better for sure, but 1300 for the P4K is like, yep, and I agree. And for certain people, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, they can do things at a budget that red cannot. And they can pull some strings, and for a lot of things, it can look great. I mean, if your story is served by an iPhone, then you can use an iPhone. You don't have to use a Helium or Monstro or V-RAPTOR. So I mean, not everything is requiring 8K. Not everything requires 12K or so. It is a phenomenal time to be a filmmaker today. I mean, phenomenal. Look at your options that you have. You can do a Pocket 4K. You can do a Pocket 6K Pro and get something amazing. You can get a Komodo and get something even more amazing. And you can get a V-RAPTOR and get something even more amazing. Yeah. People who can't afford a Wagyu steak always say they prefer the taste of cheeseburgers. Sorry, not sorry. Nah, I ain't gonna say that. I was able to try Wagyu thanks to a friend, and I'm not gonna ever say that cheeseburgers taste better. Wagyu's amazing, but I get it. I mean, basically, human nature. It's a weird trend. Human nature is for people to do something, make a decision, and then convince you, A, that it's the right decision, B, that you should also make the same decision, and C, that that you will back up their claim that they made the right. It's self. Can't think of the term, but it's they need approval, and everybody does it. I do it. I try very hard. I spend a lot of time wording things appropriately on this channel. I do absolutely love red, but I don't hate other vendors. I don't tell people, yeah, you have to buy the red over everything else, because it's just simply not true. There's a right tool for a job, and sometimes it can be Blackmagic, sometimes it can still be a GH5. I mean, I am not going to make your decision for you. If I'm making your decision for you, you need to tell me, because that is never my intention. My intention is to provide you with details, help you make your decision for yourself, because at the end, you're the one that has to live with the changes, with the thing. So I try to give people info, and there's things that I'm passionate about that I love to do. And in a sense, I'm basically saying, yeah, I love my Dragon. Because I love my Dragon. It's still the best for me. Well, I mean, it's true. There are better cameras than Dragon, but they're not better cameras for me, except for V-RAPTOR. I feel like a 65mm sensor will take over the Monstro price point. Possible. Never know. Don't. Brandon, I can't post your comment. You can reword it, take out the cuss word, and then I'll let it on. It's auto blocking it, but yeah, Brandon's back. I would not discount Airy in the 65mm sensor area either. Wait. Did you just say V-RAPTOR is not the flagship of DSMC3? I said V-RAPTOR is the beginning of DSMC3. But to everything else that is out there, it's the flagship right now. So the Raptor is VistaVision 8K option that eclipses all past Red offerings, and you're saying it's just the introductory. No, I didn't say introductory. Well, I mean, I guess introductory could be used that way. What in God's name will the true flagship of DSMC3 model be? All I can tell you is the V-RAPTOR is the absolute best camera Red has ever made, without question. And don't play the wait game, because everybody's going to come out with something really soon here. The stuff that Arri's about to come out with, it's gonna knock on some doors. Stuff Red and Sony. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's quite a few Sony Venices for sale. You think that's on accident? I mean, people need what they need. There's always a place. There's always a place for everything. I wouldn't look for a lot of new things anytime soon. Like DSMC3. DSMC2 has had, what, 4 years of life? 4? 5? 4? 5? What was DSMC2? Phil, you're still on here. I know you are. 2015? 2016? I think it was. All I know, DSMC2 came out like 4 months after I bought my Epic Dragon. And no. A lot of people was like, weren't you mad that they came out with a new product? No. And here's my philosophy on this. Some of you have heard this before, others have not. When I make a decision to buy something, it's because it is the right decision for me. Epic Dragon, configured as it was the right decision for me. I approved the money, my wife approved the money to spend for that. If it comes out weeks later for $10,000 cheaper, yeah, it's going to sting. But I still made my determination based upon what I had, what the knowledge I had, and et cetera, et cetera. So stop thinking that you're owed money back if someone drops a price or something new comes out. Stop hunting the latest and greatest and choose the camera that makes sense for you at the price that makes sense for you. If V-RAPTOR makes sense for you, but you're like, you know, I don't think V-RAPTOR is going to make sense for me until it's $15,000. Well, then just wait. I'm sure at some point in life you'll be able to pick up a V-RAPTOR for $15,000. I mean, it's just a question of you. Brandon's like, holy cow, Scott, it's still going strong. He didn't use the word cow before. This is my kind of live stream. Well, you know, if I'm going without dropping frames, I'm going. At some point, though, I'm going to get me... Wow, my wife's going to be coming in here shortly. I love doing these live streams, folks. Folks, I love doing the live streams. I love doing them. I felt so bad when I couldn't do them when my internet went to poo, because I don't want you guys to suffer through a crappy live stream. I want to be here just helping people, because that's what I like to do. 2015, yep. DSMC2, yeah. It was 3 months after my Epic, and I loved it. I thought it was really cool, and I got to see all the new ones, and I was like, woo! And I saw the upgrade paths, and I was like, I didn't need it. I was perfectly fine with my Epic, and I loved my Epic till I destroyed it. But that's all water under the battery bridge. It's actually sitting back there, the battery. Let's see. Joseph says, besides the frame rates, what is making the V-RAPTOR Red's best sensor? Well, okay, it's really simple. Number one, you take Red's best sensor, which is Monstro, and you improve it. So now you have, since you have higher frame rates, that means you have a higher readout. When you have a higher readout, that means you have less rolling shutter, artifacting, et cetera, et cetera. They've also adjusted a few things in the shadows to help that out, and that's where Phil is demand and did the testing on that to show that. So there's quite a few things. When you take the best sensor and you make it better, then it becomes the best sensor. It's that simple, actually. So when are the interviews coming back? Honestly, as soon as I feel confident in this live stream. Right now, I've gone 1 week with good internet. I think StreamYard will fix the interviews. I think the drop frames will be fixed with StreamYard or somebody else. As soon as I'm confident, because believe me, I would never want to embarrass a guest. And if my internet goes to crap, I've embarrassed a guest, and I'm not going to do that. I'm too insecure. Pat's like, I agree, but it would be kind of nice of when you place your order, they might say something like, in a week, we are coming out with a new model, just a heads up for our faith. I get it, but who does that? I mean, literally, who does that? Because everybody knows, sadly, if they did that, then no one's going to buy. No one's going to buy for a week. And I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, Jared called out Max Digital on on his live stream of the release of V-RAPTOR for selling the most Monstros, the battle tested Monstros that came from Matrix and other places. It's kind of funny. The memes started almost instantly right afterwards, and they were smashing Max. I mean, Max Digital is just offering a service. Yeah, Max Digital knew about a future offering from Red, and then there was a bunch of Monstros to sell, so they sold them cheap. And then here comes V-RAPTOR. They're like, "Hey, you sold us this, but there's a new one coming out." Companies are in business to make money. I mean, I don't think it's unscrupulous it's not unscrupulous for Max Digital to sell those, because they're in business to sell stuff, and they're not allowed to talk about what's coming anyway. And it may not have come. They may have said, "Oh, we're delaying 7 months." I mean, you don't know. All you can do is just address the elephant in the room properly. I don't think anybody has. I'm just telling you how I would address it. Because in the end, if it made sense for you to buy a Monstro for whatever price that you bought it for, and you bought it, then it doesn't really matter what the price does, because you already said it made sense to you. So you're just changing your mind, and that's kind of what I talk about with that. And it's hard for people to do that. It's because I mean, it stings. I get it. It stings. I mean, you go and you buy a 2015 Ford F-150, and the 2016s come out, and you're like, crap, everything's better. Well, it's supposed to. It's supposed to be that way. Any interview that runs less than 6. So yeah, yeah, we're gonna have some more people on, and I'm gonna introduce a drinking element to it too. Whisper Cool, get over it. If you didn't know a 2015 camera was going to get replaced, right? I mean, it's the truth. When I bought Epic Dragon, I knew it was long in the tooth. I literally considered the MX sensor, and I also considered the original size 1.8 Red Mags, 1.8 or 1. Whatever the original size Red Mags were. And I mean, I did it because of the budget. And then eventually I said, nope, I'm going to buy the most longevity I can afford. And that's what I got. Because I was looking at it, and I could buy the 128s on the other, but I couldn't get those at the time. There was only 512s and 1 terabytes, I think, at the time. And they were very expensive. Yep. How did I fry my Epic? The battery change videos seemed straight. All I can say is there is a board when you pull off. There's a board you have to pull off to get to the backside that has the battery on it, and the connector for on the Epics is unlike a connector I've ever seen, in that it's like it has like a fan, and then this kind of reaches inside with blades. Somehow, when I lined it up, something didn't go right, and it smoked. I mean, I didn't do it live. When I plugged it in, I thought it was fine. I thought everything was put together fine. I put it in. There was a brief fire up, and a puff of smoke came out, and I thought, holy Lord. There's there's a nice, it's good times. That was literally when I thought I just ended my career, because I couldn't afford to replace it at the time. Honest people who are not trying to screw you out of money. I get it. It's, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's tough. I mean, my opinion is probably not. I guarantee you, my opinion is not the dominant opinion out there on this. I understand business. I get where they come from, and it's hard, because I mean, where do you draw the line? I mean, if like some companies have a price guarantee of 30 days, and that if there's a lower price, they lower it. Okay, that's great. People love that. What about the person who bought it at 31 days? They now hate you because you've now set a precedent. Well, you'll do it for 30. Why not 31? And then the person at 32. Where does it end? Is the problem. That's why a company just has to kind of make a decision. And with Red, they just keep it. They keep it silent. They just kept it silent so that there's no. Well, I bought it in the last 5 days. I bought it in the last 2 days. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to be in business. I get it. Florian says to Pat, yeah, but if they're going to give you personal heads up, they basically announced it publicly. Oh, that's true. That's true. I mean, there are so many people that will break an NDA. It is, I mean, there are people that will break an NDA to someone who won't break an NDA. And they usually call that a friend DA. And then there are people who will just go crazy all over the interwebs with it. I thought it was kind of funny the way that Red did it this time. Where Komodo, they teased it for a year before they started making it available. And then this one, nothing, zero. Boop, there it is. It exists. What other questions we got going on here? We still got a lot of people in the chat. I'm all thankful for every single one of them. I just imagine Phil Holland in the background playing with the 7,000 NDA components. He's screwing on something carefully. He's listening to his Balkan Bob Ross in the background. He just occasionally comes in and goes, boop. All right, who's got more questions? We've been going for... You think I'd remember where the heck it is. 3 hours and 42 minutes. Wow, that's cool. I'm good with that. Who's got questions? I got answers. My wife's going to be like, what'd you do today? I live streamed. Oh, cool. How long? The entire day. The cool thing, though, is that, I got to remember. I got to remind her. Been doing the paint pouring again, and doing some more artistry stuff with paint, and and it ran out of some stuff. She's supposed to stop by the store and pick up some more stuff. What is the low light capability? Well, I mean, if you consider 3200 ISO and it be clean, low light capability, I'd consider that low light capability. And that's what you're looking at with the V-RAPTOR. So yeah, I would say that's fairly low light. Some people are like, well, it needs to be 6400. Well, what camera is? Blackmagic ain't. Blackmagic, oh, but it can go all the way up to 12,800. Yeah, if you want to denoise noise. I mean, you can go 12,800 on a Dragon if you want to denoise noise. Komodo can shoot 6,400 in certain situations, but it starts at 1,600. So shooting 3,200 pretty clean on a V-RAPTOR, I'd say that's fairly low light capability. Would you agree? Yeah. What else? What other questions? Who's got questions? Come on. Hello. I was going to call you Evercraft. iCraft video. Now I got to check to see where my wife is. She's not responding. She probably forgot. Right now she's turning around going, crap. What do you think of the Lightbridge products for lighting? I think I could take a cheap mirror and lightly paint it and get similar results. Maybe not though. Uh-oh. Does it say where it would be in house paint? Ask about it. On the live stream, they post on the initial live stream. They posted some of Phil's stuff at 3,200. I thought, didn't they? Phil, you shot some of that at 3,200, didn't you? The welding scene, was that not at 3,200 ISO? Or not the welding, the grinding, grinding, whatever it was. Where was I? Like the video guys for the small price of free 99. I do like that. Yeah, the Lightbridge. Okay, Lightbridge products. Okay, so I like the Lightbridge products a lot. Yes, you can do it with a mirror. However, you cannot safely do it with a mirror. That's the problem. Those are metal products with a chrome coating on it with other diffusion on it. I mean, they're not doing anything new. They've just done it safely. I mean, I did it with the aperture spotlight. I showed it bouncing light mirrors all around to get the mirror. When it came up, the motion control here, it shot a mirror over here, shot a mirror over here, and then bounced back. I mean, mirrors are not new. They're used a lot. Putting a mirror up high, though, is quite dangerous because it's glass. So I like the products. I don't like the price, but I get that they've had to figure out how to do it where it's durability. I can see them being used more and more, though. So I say hats off to them. She's looking for my flow troll. Phil Holland on, what is he on YouTube? Is it PHFX, Phil? Is that what you are? PHFX. Pretty sure it's PHFX. Yes. Well, if you just type in Phil Holland on YouTube, you will get to Phil Holland on YouTube. And he posted the video in 8K on YouTube, so you can see it. Phil Holland, I shot some random stuff at 3,200 and pushed some stuff up to look at. There you go. You go to his YouTube. Phil, if you post a link to your YouTube, I'll approve it to go through. If you don't want to, just go to Phil Holland on YouTube and find all of his. He's got 7,000 times more subscribers than I do. He posts once a year. People like Phil. I like Phil. Do you have a link to? Yeah, okay. There's Phil. Whisper Cool. Just the spraying hairspray on the UV filter to get a pro mist could work, but that's not as reliable. I mean, you can spray hairspray on a mirror and get a similar effect. It does diffuse. Anything to diffuse the hard, because a mirror reproduces whatever light it receives. So it receives soft light. The mirror will then reproduce soft light in the form that the mirror is. So if you have a 4-foot soft light hitting a 12-inch by 12-inch square mirror, you have now just created a 12-inch soft light. So that would make sense. But if you give it a pinpoint light on a 12-inch mirror, then you've created the pinpoint within the 12-inch mirror. So spraying diffusion or hairspray on a mirror will diffuse the pinpoint, there goes my voice, to a point where it will soften it, and then you have a 12-inch thing. Hey, Phil, can you send the link? Yeah, if he wants to, he can. I will post it. Otherwise, just search Phil Holland. Paints, I remember getting it over in this section. It's there. I get it now. Thank you. I like the way they look, but have never held libraries. Yeah, their goal was how do you make a mirror safe? And it's tough. There's some cool stuff with mirrors. I can't wait to try some of it. As soon as I finish my basement, then I will have, hi Clicky, what you doing, buddy? As soon as I finish my basement side of my set, then the the window from the outside will be, it'll be framed externally. And so I can then do some mirror tricks, because there's a cool mirror trick, it's taught by a friend of mine, that you place a large mirror on the floor right in front of the window, and then you shoot down at it, and it makes it look like you're looking up from a second story, or from the first floor up to a second story. Oh, that was the coolest effect. I never thought about it. I was like, duh, mirrors. I mean, yeah, it's awesome. Who else has got questions? What else you got? Come on, throw out them questions. We're going strong. We're almost at 4 hours. That's good stuff. Yeah, she's going to try to find it. Yeah, Phil's got a bunch of stuff out there. Wow, Phil, did you know you have a topic? I searched for PHFX, and YouTube gave me the option of the PHFX topic, which, wow, you've made it big time if you got your own topic. Let's see. What other questions people have about V-RAPTOR? I mean, you got some pretty quality people in the chat, too. Red, Sony, future stuff. I always want to light with a 12x12, but it's just a challenge as a solo. Oh, I know the challenges of solo shooters. Oh, man. Nope, that's news to me. What's news to you? Oh, I was like, I've already moved on. I was like, oh, yeah, you have your own topic. I was like, Phil, what are you talking about? Yeah, lighting with a 12x12 can be tough. I mean, you're never going to get a beautiful light out of a 12x12 unless you can condense it down, just because, or unless it's super soft. Because it just, I mean, 1x1 panels, I wish I could, yeah. It's tough. 1x are toughy. I always forget about the delay. But I mean, 1x1s, you can do a lot with them. I mean, like the Nova panel, I mean, it's like a 1.5x1-ish. And you can get some beautiful light out of that, but it's going to be soft. It's not a hard light. Converting it down to a hard light, that would be kind of a fun challenge. I mean, that's where a snoot comes in. You take a big light, make it tiny. You just lose all your power of your light. Phil will have to answer. If they want to know, Phil, which scene was shot at 3200? I thought I heard the welding, but it might not be the welding. It might be something else. Let's see. What else is going on? Why does it keep saying I don't have new email? Apparently I do. Oh man, I have been getting so many reach outs by some lighting companies. It's wild. Some low end, some high end. The low end stuff is like really, really low end, and I don't want this channel to feature low end stuff. I like middle of the road stuff, and I like high end stuff, but I don't want to go to the cheap stuff. Oh, there you go. Okay. So he shot it at 800, but he was looking at it at 3200 to check it out, and that's what he was discussing in the live stream with Red. So he didn't post any 3200 stuff. But didn't maybe I'm not supposed to say. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not supposed to say. Okay. Okay. All right. What else is going on? I hope Raptor balances on the RS2. I don't know, man. I think you might have to mount that one back. I mean, the weight wise, it'll balance. I think your interesting dilemma is going to be that it's so long. And then when you put a lens on the front, you're going to have to push it back, which means it's going to hit that back section. So, I mean, what I always see is mount it the other way and use it at an angle, and then it'll clear. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It'll balance, but it won't operate, is my guess. I mean, but that's a lot to hold out in your hand. Whew. I wouldn't want to do it. I do want to get an RS2, though. I have not purchased one yet. I sold my the previous gen. I was going to get that one, and then I thought, I'm just going to wait for an NAB/Cinegear to see what's coming, even though no one releases at those anymore. Who all is going to Cinegear? Florian, that could work with a P-tap cable. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be that fortunate though, because you're gonna have to use a cable coming out the back, just like when you put a power cable in the back of Komodo. It sticks out, and it almost sticks out as much as the V-mount. So I'm not sure you're gaining anything with a P-tap. That's a lot of power to push through P-taps, and I know some of these P-taps on some of these batteries don't put out 12 amps. Or 10 amps even. They might put out a smaller version of it. That might be tough. Yeah, I mean, I think the future's bright in this wonderful world of filmmaking. I think it's an amazing time to be a filmmaker. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this thing up for a 4-hour live stream. I could go further. I could. Well, here's a question. Here we go. Phil and Scott, footage looks great at 800. I love to see the 3200 night suburban setting with the available light situation, even if it's at 2000 ISO or something, either way. Remember, so when you're shooting red, it doesn't matter what ISO you're in. The histogram shows you whether you have noise or you're clipping. And that's really, I mean, you want to center your skin tones towards the middle, unless it's darker skin tones towards this way and lighter skin tones that way. But if you're not clipping and you don't have noise in your shadows, then you can pump it up, and it's going to be very hard to see the noise. I mean, there'll be noise at some point for sure. It'll come out, but it's always about exposure. So expose it right, and you can pump it up. Pump me up. Any idea if Blue Shape will go micro? I've had a lot of conversations with them recently about it. I don't know. My gut tells me that yes, they're going to need to go micro at some point, because like the Granite Mini will not fit on V-RAPTOR, and that's going to sting Scotty because Scotty like his blue shapes. So yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a new frontier. And the Blue Shape guys, they're really good on their engineering, and they like to make their stuff bulletproof. And I know they didn't like micros because they couldn't make them as bulletproof because there's just not any room. What do you do? What do you do? You can't not do, or maybe you can. I don't know. I'm guessing at some point we'll see something. Any other parting questions before I go? It's been 4 hours. I did a whole 4 hours. I like it. If I do any more, I want a margarita. Anything else before I go, and I'll wrap it up, or we'll just keep going. I'm all good with that. I'll just give it like 20 more seconds. People could type it. Wait! It's all good. What's the weight compared to Epic W? It's a little bit lighter. It's 4.02 pounds for the Raptor. But that includes the mount. That includes the V-mount I/O. Basically, it's all built into one. Whereas the DSMC2, I think it was like 4 pounds, I think, for this one, with just the body. So then you have to add the mount, you have to add the V-mount I/O. So it's a little lighter than DSMC2, a little heavier than Komodo. Hey, Komodo, you're so dusty. I'm sorry. I'll give you a bath. It's hard to keep it dust-free. Yep. So that's Raven is what I'm probably going for. Raven is cool. There's a lot of there's a lot of life left in Dragon. Just always shoot it at 4.5K. No matter what your resolution, always shoot at the lowest compression you can and enjoy it. Raven was a cool camera. I enjoyed that. I came close. I came really close to getting one. Really close. I ended up buying the Ursa Mini 4.6 instead, just because I could get it sooner than Raven was forever. All right. Any final questions? Anybody? Going once? Going twice? 3 times a lady. And just remember, you saw it here first. What do you think used Monstro prices will be in a year or so from now? Probably right where they are. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood I would say around 20. That's my guess. I don't think they're going to drop to like 15. I just don't see it. It's too good of a camera. Remember when Scarlett was meant to have a built on? Yeah. There was a lot of changes made in there. Yeah, I mean, I think right now there's a rush, and I think it will stabilize very soon. And I think it will go back to reasonable. And again, if anybody's looking for that Komodo, I used Komodo. Let me know. It was a Komodo Black with 4.4 hours, 2 BP975 batteries, small HD Focus Pro with the camera control, tilt to full camera cage, Angelbird CFast 512 gig, tilt to side handle with run stop, an original box, and it literally still has the thing, and 9,500 for Komodo. So if you know anybody who's looking, let me know. Can you use EF lenses? No, you can adapt. You can use it's the same, or it's just a locking version of the RF. You can adapt it just like Komodo. Anything that works on Komodo is going to work on that if it's designed for full frame. But yeah, it's good. So I'm going to close this out. I really do. Some of y'all stayed the whole 4 hours. Kudos. That's champion level support right there. Yeah, you get my undying respect for the next 24 hours. But I appreciate everyone hanging in here and just sharing the conversation. It's always fun. Remember to like and subscribe. Support me with any of the links down below. It really does help. Thank you. I appreciate it when anyone does it, even if it's just for, some AA batteries. It's cool. Just supporting. It's nice. But yeah, as always, as I like to leave it, don't let your passions center around your life. Let your life center around your passions. Bye. I just gotta wait 20 seconds. You can hear my air conditioner. So loud.